Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program will begin shortly. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Your Excellencies, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first edition of Sustainability Innovation Week, a transformative event diving deep into the future of environment, water and agriculture sectors. At SIW 2024, we are proud to gather visionary policymakers, sustainability pioneers, top academics, forward-thinking investors, and dynamic innovators to unlock the potential of technology and scientific discovery. Throughout this event, you will have the opportunity to engage in over 40 sessions featuring 70 speakers representing expertise from all corners of the globe. Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention to the screen to watch our opening video. It is indeed not a choice. Now it is with great honor that I introduce a distinguished leader whose vision and dedication have been very pivotal in shaping the future of research and innovation in Saudi Arabia. Please welcome Acting Head of RDIA, Dr. Mohammed Al-Ataibi.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Today marks a pivotal moment as we inaugurate national priority in sustainability and supply of essential needs. A cornerstone initiative among the 4 transformative priorities and research and development unveiled by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. We celebrate launching two missions under this national priority. The first mission is to develop tech and food for sustainable and resilient food system to achieve more than 50% self-sufficiency by 2040. The second mission is decrease the withdrawal of non-renewable water by 90% and the cost of water production by 50% by 2035. Through strategic alignment of resources and expertise, the Research, Development and Innovation Authority unites with the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture to unveil a joint innovation outlook and sustainability and essential needs. This milestone framework serves 3 essential functions: synchronizing national research initiatives, establishing a clear RDI science policy directives, and setting definitive parameters for sustainability research advancement. To realize this objective, we have established the Saudi Food and Agricultural Technology Alliance, which is growing to include more than 65 members from the government, academia, and private sectors. And today, we launched the Research Water Alliance with more than 15 government, private, and academic institutions. These collaborative networks encompasses 75 leading institutions, both domestic and international, dedicated to converting scientific discoveries into practical solutions for our future generation. Today marks a significant milestone as we allocate 120 million Saudi Riyal to the first cycle of sustainability research grants, reinforcing our dedication to environmental innovation. We invite the scientific community to prepare for the 2025 grant cycle, with submission opening shortly in mid-December. The advancement of our nation's sustainability agenda is driven by 8,000 distinguished researchers improving innovative solutions, over 9,000 scientific publications in 2023 advancing global knowledge, and more than 180 dynamic startups addressing critical sustainability challenges, and countless breakthrough innovation shaping our sustainable future. Today marks a significant milestone in our journey toward the sustainability as we launch these transformative missions and alliances to address critical challenges in food security and sustainable water management. Through strong collaboration, innovative research efforts, and the dedication of our scientific community, we are turning innovation into affordable solutions and will shape a resilient, self-sufficient, and sustainable future for our nation and for the globe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed Al-Ataibi. Your leadership exemplifies a commitment to fostering innovation that aligns with Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030. Distinguished guests, it is my privilege to introduce a true champion of sustainability and innovation. Please welcome Deputy Minister of Research and Innovation at MIWA, Dr. Abdulaziz Al-Malik.
Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning and welcome. We are deeply grateful for the opportunity to address such an esteemed assembly of visionary leaders, innovators, and forward thinkers, whose presence here is a testament to the importance of the work that we are gathered to discuss. We have just heard from Dr. Mohammed Al-Ataibi that the Kingdom's bold and visionary mission targets are achieving 50% food self-sufficiency, cutting non-renewable water use by 90%, reducing water production costs by 50%. At first glance, these targets might appear to be extraordinarily ambitious, perhaps even beyond reach. Yet, what if I told you that we are not just striving toward them, we are on track to achieving them? Let me give you an example. Thanks to assertive measures implemented by the Saudi government since 2016, the nation has successfully reduced its non-renewable water consumption by over 10 billion cubic meters annually. Just to put this into perspective, this achievement is equivalent to the total water consumption of Riyadh province over a decade. Hence, our journey forward is firmly anchored in Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030, which serves as a comprehensive blueprint for sustainability, innovation, and transformation. Vision 2030 has fundamentally reshaped our perspective on the future, providing a well-defined roadmap to drive the evolution of our economy and create a more resilient, sustainable growth. In 2022, His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, Prime Minister, and the Chairman of the Supreme Committee for Research, Development and Innovation, announced the sustainability, environment, and the supply of essential need a national priority for the innovation sector for the next 2 decades. Our mission to become a global leader in preserving the planet while meeting the essential needs of water and food sustainability. The vision propels us to lead, innovate, and act accordingly with unwavering determination. Achieving such transformative goals demands mission-oriented approach to innovation, one that is not limited to national effort, but extends to foster regional and global collaboration. Only through such coordinated approaches can we address the complexities of sustainability and drive lasting impact. So the government of Saudi Arabia has implemented a national framework that defines the roles and responsibilities of all stakeholders while fostering seamless coordination among them. And as the custodians of the sustainability priority, the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture takes pride in partnering with the Research, Development and Innovation Authority to advance the Kingdom's bold sustainability ambitions with a special focus on water and food security. So building on this collaborative foundation, we recognize the need for a demand-driven approach to address pressing challenges and capitalize on emerging opportunities. Guided by this perspective, the Ministry has developed a strategic innovation plan that tackle two critical questions. Which research and innovation domains align most closely with national priorities and societal need? And what targeted interventions can stimulate impactful outcomes and drive even innovation adoption? And through rigorous analysis and extensive stakeholders engagement, we have identified 35 priority research areas and over 300 technologies across the environment, water, and agriculture sectors. These areas form the strategic focus of our innovation agenda. And to support this vision, the Mission Innovation Monitor and the Mission Steering Office have been established to oversee and manage all mission-related activities. Our targeted interventions to stimulate impactful innovation are guided by three principles. The first is to strengthen linkages between various players in the sustainability innovation ecosystem. We are nurturing a community of sustainability innovators by establishing alliances, clusters, and raising awareness. These initiatives facilitate seamless interaction with partnership among ecosystem participants, creating a transparent, connected, and collaborative environment. This approach encourages the spillover of ideas and resources, fostering synergies that drive innovation and accelerate sustainable outcomes. The second pillar focuses on unlocking demand for innovation and making the sustainability sector more responsive. To achieve this, we are implementing several key programs, such as the Technology Deployment Program, which provides financial support, technical assistance, and partnerships to accelerate the adoption of sustainable technologies addressing critical challenges. Second is the Regulatory Sandbox Program. On the other hand, focuses on creating a controlled environment for testing new technologies, allowing innovators to experiment freely while ensuring safeguards for consumers and the environment. The third pillar aims to boost the supply of innovation by addressing key capability gaps. It focuses on creating the next generation of innovators through entrepreneurship and talent development. Additionally, we have recently enacted policies to manage intellectual properties and to grant access to the necessary infrastructure for innovators to scale their innovations effectively. Our esteemed guests, just a few weeks ago, we extended an invitation to our community to commit investment in innovation. The response has been nothing short but extraordinary, surpassing all our expectations. Today, I am thrilled to announce that these entities have committed an impressive amount of 4 billion Saudi Arabian riyals by 2030 to drive sustainability innovation. We are proud to stand alongside these visionary partners working hand in hand to enable and support their efforts through our comprehensive framework. These commitments serve as a powerful testament to the growing momentum in sustainability innovation in Saudi Arabia and stand as a promising milestone for the Kingdom's vision. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to everyone who has demonstrated their commitment and dedication for investing in sustainability innovation. And before I conclude, I want to extend an open invitation to all of you, the scientists, the innovators, the forward thinkers across the region and the globe. Join us on this transformative mission to innovate, collaborate, and create meaningful impact. If you share our vision and would you like to be part of our mission, we want to hear from you. Whether you are already part of our journey or considering joining us, we thank you for believing in us and believing in the power of innovation and R&D for sustainable future. Together, we can shape the future. Thank you very much.
Indeed, together we can shape the future. Thank you, Dr. Abdulaziz Al Malik. Your commitment to advancing sustainability through innovative policies and practices has not only reinforced the Kingdom's leadership in these fields, but also will serve as an inspiration for global collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a distinct honor to welcome a globally renowned thought leader whose work has redefined how we approach innovation. Please welcome Professor Mariana Mazzucato.
Thank you. Hello. So this word missions and moonshots, we need to be super careful that it's not old wine in new bottles. And I do believe that after hearing these inspirational opening remarks, we're on a good path. But we need to be a thorn in the side, because the current system, global system, the so-called ecosystem, is actually not moving at pace. There's some countries that might be leading, but what does it actually mean to transform how public and private actors work together on the biggest challenges of our time? And this conference is fundamental because it tells us it's not just about climate, it's not just about biodiversity, it's not just about land and water, it's the interconnections between them. And how can we actually transform our economies for real in terms of how we create value, ex ante, not ex post, to tackle the water challenges, the biodiversity challenges, and the climate challenges that actually go through all our sectors. And it also requires a joined-up approach inside our governments. It's not just for the Department of Water, Department of Energy, it's just as much for the Department of Finance to rethink how to do finance, the structure of finance. And if we don't do this, we get this really boring narrative that it's about, filling financial gaps, as though there's a hole to fill. You just put in a lot of money and somehow magic comes out. So what I've been doing for some years, apologies if this is a bit self-promotional, but hey, academics write books and then we talk about them, has been to change that narrative away from thinking about fixing market failures, a bit of a patchy thing here and there for government to invest in a bit of R&D, and then we have venture capital, and then we stir the soup and somehow innovation comes about. What we need is a decentralized network of entrepreneurial state institutions working across the whole innovation chain with the private sector. That's how Silicon Valley happened. Every technology in your phone that makes your phone a smartphone and not a stupid phone was actually not only government financed, but actually through purpose, problem-oriented agencies, driving public and private partnerships to actually solve problems. The internet solved the problem of getting the satellites to communicate. That was DARPA. GPS, that was the Navy in the US wanting to know where the ships were. And if you go technology by technology, in so many cases, these were mission-oriented, purpose-oriented organizations that were confident of their role and then worked well with private institutions. And in all my books, especially Mission Economy, that I wrote about 6 years ago, it's all about how do we then rethink, like what does that actually mean? Not just to talk about missions and moonshots, but actually to bring that to the center of our policy design process or institutions. And what kind of government capacity, the dynamic capabilities inside state institutions do we need instead of what? Consultifying, McKinsey-fying, Deloitte-ifying our civil service. And I really hope the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia thinks about this, because I think you can lead if we actually also invest within the brains of government. And that, by the way, was a big warning call by the head of NASA back in the 1960s when he saw actually how much outsourcing was already happening back then. And he said, we will get captured by brochuremanship if we continue to do this. Because what did he want? He wanted the public and the private actors to work together with extreme intelligence, collective intelligence, a sexy word, but how do we turn that into a real new way of working together? And the first thing they did was to change how they were working. They realized that the way they were doing government purchasing programs, otherwise known as procurement, was really boring and static. It was all just cost plus. And they changed it to challenge-oriented procurement. Don't forget, every government in the world often spends around 20 to 30% of their budgets just buying stuff, whether it's hospital beds or cement or renewable energy, buying things in order to govern the economy. And they said, we can't continue to do it in a boring way. We will change procurement to be purpose-oriented to solve all those different problems that the astronauts had going to the moon. What would they wear? How would they go to the bathroom, literally? How and what would they eat? So it was the solution to all those problems that got us all these technologies: camera phones, foil blankets, baby formula, baby diapers, software, right? So a purpose-oriented public institutions that set these really ambitious problems and then work with the private sector, but with conditionality. By the way, I don't know if you saw that little red line there. Where is it? No excess profits, NASA said. Not no profits. Profits are fine. It's capitalism, right? But not in excess. In excess of what? Of what you're doing, right? So collective intelligence means sharing risks and sharing rewards. And you only do that if you have confidence of your own role. You're not de-risking, a word I really dislike. You're welcoming uncertainty. You're taking on the risks, but you're sharing risks and rewards. And what does this mean then for policy design? What is a mission-oriented approach to innovation? Thank you very much for using that word. It's a very important word if we use it as a thorn. It means starting with the challenges, the land challenges, the water challenges, the biodiversity challenges, the climate challenges. And by the way, we've all signed up to the Sustainable Development Goals. Those are the challenges. Turning them, though, into moonshots that are inspirational, they're bold, they're a clear direction where you can actually say, yes or no, did you achieve it? Instead of just blah, 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 as the teenagers have told us that we're doing. And doing it in such a way that by design requires many different sectors. To get to the moon, it was not just aerospace. It was nutrition, materials, electronics, of course aerospace, but all those different things, again, that the astronauts needed to do in the lunar modules required an intersectoral approach, and then changing those tools, whether it's subsidies, guarantees, loans, procurement, during COVID, bailouts to particular companies that can no longer work during lockdowns, to stimulate bottom-up innovation. So it's a top-down direction, and these are the goals, right? We've signed up to them, but bottom-up innovation. If it's top-down innovation, we will never get the kind of entrepreneurship and innovation system. So I had the honor to not just write the book, but then to go around the world and to talk about what a mission-oriented moonshot approach is. And with the European Commission, I managed to convince them. So today there's a missions instrument in Europe. I was hoping it would go to the center of government, so at the cabinet level. It's stuck right now in the innovation DG RTD. And this is critical because the point of missions and moonshots is go to the center of government to really foster then not only the intersectoral approach, but the interministerial approach. And NASA, by the way, knew this. They changed their bureaucracy precisely in order to foster horizontal communication between their different departments. And it was one of the astronauts that when he died, Gus Grissom, you might remember the Apollo 1 fire, on the day that those 3 astronauts died, he said, how the bleep, bleep, bleep will we get to the moon if we can't even talk between 2 or 3 buildings? Because those poor astronauts could not hear what was being said in Mission Control Room. And on the back of that, NASA changed its bureaucracy to be much more flexible and agile. So any mission-oriented government must indeed change its bureaucracy. The project managers, each with their delegated teams, but in constant communication with each other. And I also just had the honor to co-chair the Global Commission on the Economics of Water. Co-chaired it with Tharman Shanmugaratnam, the current president of Singapore, and Ghazi Okonjo-Iweala, the head of the WTO, and Johan Rockstrom. And we brought this mission-oriented approach to the center of the water problem, which is a global problem, the global hydrological cycle. So water, of course, unites us all. Deforestation in the Amazon has been shown by scientists like my co-chair, Johan Rockstrom, to actually be responsible for droughts or floods in other parts of the world. So we are connected. It also is connected through all the different sectors in the economy, but also through all those different SDGs. So transforming missions around water into challenge, mission, intersectoral, bottom-up innovation. That's what we need to do. We need to bring all sorts of challenges like this one here, reduce water use in agriculture by 1/3 while increasing crop yields, cross-sectoral, bottom-up, cut leakages in non-revenue water in half by 2030. And by the way, fantastic that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has been so bold in terms of setting those different missions. But how can we again do it in a very clear way that puts those problems at the center of an innovation strategy, an industrial strategy, but also that gets the finance ministries to understand how to evaluate this? Why? Think again of that moon landing that I talked about. Even if they had blown up before getting to the moon, they still would have gotten all those innovations along the way, those dynamic spillovers. And yet we often have static, not dynamic metrics in our finance ministries that like to use these things like cost-benefit analysis, net present value. The question is, again, putting missions and moonshots at the center, how do we evaluate and value differently? And I'm sure we're going to talk about this in the panel. But what does it mean for institutional design, the social contract between public and private actors, co-creation and participation? The more we can get our citizens excited about this. Remember the young people looking up at the sky and all those people going into sciences, the STEM subjects, because they were inspired by the Apollo mission. What is the equivalent around your missions today? How do we get kids to want to even go work into government because it becomes the coolest place to be to work with the private sector and those dynamic capabilities? Without an all-of-government approach, it's not going to happen. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, like many other countries, have currently different agencies or organizations that might be committed to different parts of our climate, biodiversity, water, and land areas. But again, a joined-up approach is absolutely central. And of course, these different organizations are important, but if they all remain dispersed, we know that problems can arise. So the tools matter. The institutions matter. How we evaluate matters. And really quickly, I have very little time left, I just wanted to give you a flavor. In Italian, we'd say un'infarinata, put a bit of flour on the meat before you fry it up, in terms of just giving you a bit of seeds of inspiration on what it means to, again, put these ideas at the center of the tools. In Europe, I helped to get the European Investment Bank to think about this. If the European Investment Bank will be the climate bank, it's probably going to have to become a bit less nervous about risk and just worrying about their AAA rating. Of course, the ratings matter, but if this is about taking on uncertainty, sharing risks, sharing rewards, we need to also change how we govern risk and think about these portfolios in different ways. And again, maybe it's something we can talk about in the panel. If you look globally, by the way, at how much public money exists, you realize this isn't about filling financial gaps, but restructuring finance. There's over 20.2 trillion in national banks, over 2.2 trillion in multilateral development banks, like the IDB in Latin America, like the EIB that I just mentioned, like the African Development Bank. But if it's not joined up, we don't get where the sum is bigger than the parts. You just get a lot of little projects being funded. Take my mission map and reverse it. You just get projects falling on the heads of different global and national agencies. Procurement, as I mentioned, we should normalize moonshots, right? It's not about space, it's about school lunch. Imagine if every school lunch in the world was healthy, tasty, and sustainable, and had that sustainability of how we actually make food. Even get kids excited, because remember how much everyone loves lunch when they're in school, and get also participatory structures that I talked about in terms of that co-design and co-creation process. But ultimately, this is about supply chains. How do we get the supply chain of food to become more innovative, dynamic, and have that outcomes-oriented, mission-oriented approach? Reward sharing, critical. Otherwise, what happens? We end up with what we got in Silicon Valley: socialization of risk, privatization of rewards. And that's a whole other conversation, but you know what I'm talking about. So lots of interesting work that I've been doing around conditionality. If people don't like that word, think of reciprocity. Think of ecosystems that can either be parasitic or mutualistic and symbiotic. Biologists, by the way, are much more rigorous about this than economists. What does a symbiotic, mutualistic ecosystem look like in terms of actually embedding conditionality in any contract, whether it's a property right, a water right? 80% of industrial wastewater is not recycled. That's crazy, given that the water rights are given by the state to Anheuser-Busch or Pepsi-Cola. Put it in the contract and make that actually then drive innovation. Regulation, if it's done well, will drive and stimulate problem solving. Capabilities matter. I've said that. That's why I just wrote a book about this. The big con, how we have infantilized our governments. That word was used by this man here, Theodore Agnew, a conservative Tory lord in the UK government, who said, "What's happened? We've stopped investing within our civil service." And he saw how much was being outsourced during COVID and Brexit. And he said, our civil servants are there to actually govern the crunchiest, most wicked problems of our time. And we've just been outsourcing it and then hurting those capabilities. And I did a study recently with UNDP looking also in the developing world, where during COVID, some of the countries that did the best were those who had invested within. Kerala, Rwanda, Togo. Very interesting. For example, the infodemic side of COVID. GovLabs are incredible tools to do exactly what we heard about in those introductory remarks, the sandboxing. That means actually allowing yourself to fail. Trial and error. GovLabs throughout our different ministries. Again, this is always about partnership. And just to finish, this is probably the biggest challenges we have today. How do we govern our ecosystem to be problem-oriented? How do we do it at the local level, at the regional level, at the national level, but of course at the global level? Because the global hydrological cycle unites us all, but if we remain static and boring and a bit depressed and consultified, it's not going to happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Mariana Mazzucato, for your insightful speech. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are proud to announce the inauguration of a series of groundbreaking programs that embody the spirit of innovation and collaboration. Driving advancements in agriculture, sustainability, and biotechnology, I would like to welcome to the stage, please, His Excellency Abdulrahman Al-Fadli, Minister of Environment, Water, and Agriculture, to start the inauguration. Thank you. The first of these visionary initiatives being inaugurated today is the launch of the International Water Research Center, hosted by KAUST in collaboration with MIWA and leading international research institutions. This groundbreaking center is set to redefine global approaches to water sustainability, and therefore I would like to welcome Professor Sir Edward Byrne from KAUST to the stage, please. Ladies and gentlemen, the center is dedicated to address critical challenges including water scarcity, pollution, and the development of sustainable solutions. Please welcome to the stage Dr. Abdulaziz Al-Shaybani, Deputy Minister for Water at MIWA, Dr. Abdulaziz Al-Malik, Deputy Minister for Research and Innovation at MIWA as well. Congratulations. Thank you, Dr. Abdulaziz Al-Shaybani and Dr. Abdulaziz Al-Malik. As we continue, Professor Byrne, Professor, we have 3 for you today. Under the strategic partnership between MIWA and KAUST, we are pleased to announce a groundbreaking agreement between the National Livestock and Fisheries Development Program and the National Research and Development Center for Sustainable Agriculture, Istidama, and KAUST. To join us on stage, please welcome Dr. Khalid Al-Ruhaili from Istidama and Dr. Walid Al-Salim, NLFDP. This collaboration focuses on innovative research into the use of algae-based biostimulants to enhance soil quality, contributing to sustainable agricultural practices and environmental stewardship in the kingdom. Thank you, Dr. Khalid and Dr. Walid. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move to the NCDP KAUST Research and Innovation Partnership. We are proud to highlight the collaboration between the National Center for Palms and Dates and King Abdullah University of Science and Technology. Today, NCPD is pleased to announce 4 major research and innovation projects with KAUST, totaling 100 million riyals, aimed at driving the future of the palm industry and strengthening its role as a key contributor to the kingdom's economic and agricultural sustainability. Please welcome Dr. Mohammed Al-Nuwairan from NCPD. Thank you, Dr. Mohammed, and a big thank you to Professor Sir Edward Byrne from KAUST. Thank you so much. We now move to the Environment Fund Sustainability Innovation Fellowships. The Environment Fund proudly introduces the Sustainability Innovation Fellowships, offering postdoctoral research a unique opportunity to pioneer sustainable water treatment solutions. Please welcome Dr. Abdulaziz Al-Malik again on stage, and Mr. Munir Al-Sahli from the Environment Fund, please. It is designed to tackle environmental challenges through advanced research, driving innovation in water management and promoting sustainable practices for a better future, inshallah. Thank you, Mr. Munir Al-Sahli. And finally, after we've explored groundbreaking research, let's now turn to the future of agricultural education. NEOM and the University of Tabuk have designed a comprehensive program to address the critical shortage of skilled professionals in agricultural sustainability. Representing this forward-thinking initiative, Dr. Juan Carlos from Topian NEOM and Dr. Abdulaziz Al-Ghamdi, President of University of Tabuk. Please welcome them on stage. Thank you, Dr. Juan. Thank you, Dr. Abdulaziz. Your Excellencies, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to recognize the outstanding معليك إذا تسمح بس في awards ممكن نقدمها على السريع. It is time to recognize the outstanding scientists and organizations whose exceptional contribution have propelled sustainability forward in Saudi Arabia. Please welcome Dr. Mohammed Al-Ataibi, acting head of RDIA, to join the stage to start the awards. Thank you. Our first category is Lifetime Achievement Award, honoring individuals who have dedicated their careers to advancing sustainability and environmental research. Professor Iqbal Ismail, Professor Samir Al-Sulaimani, Professor Muhammad Al-Wabil, Professor Yusuf Al-Hafidh, Professor Abdullah Al-Hamdan, on his behalf, his son Hamdan Al-Hamdan, Professor Nur Ad-Din Ghafoor, Professor Sayyid Zubair, Dr. Ahmed Al-Amoudi, Professor Abdullah Asiri, Professor Umar Abu Zeza, Professor Ibrahim Al-Mu'taz, Professor Mark Tester. We are deeply grateful for their contribution to sustainable research and innovation. We now turn to the next category, the Innovative Company Awards. One great memorable photo with His Excellency, and we move to the Innovative Company Awards. It will recognize organizations that have demonstrated excellence in driving sustainable innovation. Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations. Now, we announce the Innovative Company Awards. First one goes to Aqua Power for the groundbreaking work in renewable energy. Please welcome them on stage. Also, NADIC for their innovative approaches for sustainable agriculture, and Tadweer for their leadership in waste management and recycling solutions. Innovative Company Awards to Aqua Power, NADIC and Tadweer. Congratulations to all the winners, and thank you for your transformative contributions to a more sustainable future. One group photo with His Excellency, and congratulations again. Thank you. Thank you, Aqua Power, NADIC and Tadweer. One final segment highlights the exceptional solutions and ideas for the Sustainability Innovation Challenge Awards, brought 139 teams over 3 months' journey towards a sustainable future. In the category of desertification, the winning project, ladies and gentlemen, rebalancing and fueling plant growth. Congratulations to the team from Princess Noura bint Abdurrahman University. Please, let's give them a big round of applause. دكتورة نحى العتيبي، دانا الرويس، منار ضمد، ودانا الشمري. تفضلوا على المسرح. Please, come on stage. This project focuses on restoring ecosystem using drought-resistant seeds and biostimulants. Congratulations to the team from Princess Noura bint Abdurrahman University. The winning project, rebalancing and fueling plant growth. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you for your inspiring work in ecosystem restoration. It is now the category of water loss, ladies and gentlemen. The winning project is VisiGround. Congratulations to the team from Heriot Watt University and University of Michigan. Dr. Hussein Shaman, Abdullah Sheheri, Muhammad Al-Afri, wa Abdullah Al-Zahrani. Let's give them a big round of applause, please. They won the category of water loss. Team VisiGround. Their project utilizes an innovative radar system on small robots to detect buried pipes and leaks with very much accuracy, offering a groundbreaking solution to water management challenges. Thank you so much and congratulations. In the category of agricultural pests, this year's winner is the team who developed an early warning system integrating multi-source data to combat red palm weevil infestations. Congratulations to the team from Princess Noura bint Abdurrahman University, Dr. Lubna Hamad, Dima Shayer, Lujain Al-Brady, Ragad Al-Ghamdi, Judy Aqoob, Watala Abu Walid. Your work offers a transformative solution to protect one of agriculture's most vital crops. Thank you to the team. Winning the award in the category of agricultural pests. Thank you so much. One big round of applause. Your Excellency. Your Excellency, thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for your time and sponsoring these awards. Let's give a big round of applause to all the awardees, please. One big round of applause. It is indeed your exceptional innovations are paving the way for a more sustainable and resilient future. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a 20-minute networking break and we will be back with the rest of our program today. Thank you for being part of this event. See you in 20 minutes. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I would like for everyone to be seated, please. Welcome back, everyone. Our next keynote will be, or should be, delivered by Dr. Saeed At-Turki, Executive Director of National Missions and Priorities at RDIA, that will discuss Saudi Arabia's initiatives in water and food security. But on his behalf, please welcome Dr. Aida Al-Matrafi.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله والحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. First of all, I would like to welcome you here at Sustainability Innovation Week. Actually, we are gladly after the launching and activating the two missions related to the sustainable environment and essential needs. This presentation aims to give why we are choosing those two missions and how can we do it at the high level abstract. Since Saudi Arabia is on transformative move, setting high-level objectives to be the first in the first rank as in the global innovative index in the area by 2040, moving from the position which is now from 47 rank by 2023, and also by investing in the RDII to be to reach 230 billion Saudi Riyal by 2040, moving from around 12 billion Saudi Riyal in 2024, and also by creating a huge impact in economy by offering more than 300,000 jobs in 2050 by investing in the RDIA. Those high-level objectives, the key word to move from the academic input methodology to the mission-oriented innovation policy. For the four focus area in the health and wellness, sustainable environment and essential need, energy and industry, and also the fourth priority, which is related to the economy of the future, we have more than 31 missions to be launched within the next 5 years. We selected 9 missions related to the 4 national priorities. 2 missions have been announced by today from Dr. Mohammed Al-Utaybi. To achieve the food security and also the water security by reaching the self-sufficient of the food production to reach 50% in 2040, we have to develop technology to reach that target. So with creating the alliance from Saudi Agri-Food Technology Alliances, we gathering all the key stakeholder to this alliance and create this momentum to achieve it. And let's see why we choose this self-sufficient food. Saudi Arabia in the major food corps, we didn't reach to, or the consumption of the food and the agriculture corps is by far less than the produce that we have. We have just in the date we reached to 124 self-sufficient, but the other essentials corps we didn't reach to the target. And this is the critical change or the challenge. Requires a huge water consumption. So that's make this challenge, this missions a little bit challenge. To reduce the underground water, which mainly 75% of the underground water is consumed by agriculture, we would like to minimize it to 90% to 2030 by keeping increasing the self-sufficient in the food and agriculture. And that needs to choose and select research domains and also key technologies to achieve this target. We went through extensive analysis. More than 30 research papers have been analyzed, more than 50 research portfolio review have been conducted, and also more than 100 entities included to develop this roadmap, and also reviewed by more than 50 experts in the field. We developed 12 domains and more than 30 technologies selected with the significant impact in, economically and also significantly in the scientific field, scouting more than 200 key technologies, and also organize it in more than 35 RDI domains. We hope by selecting those technologies, the huge impact will be more than 80 billion Saudi riyal and should be provide more than 100,000 job created. As we learned from Dr. Mariana in the mission economy, we shouldn't have looked for one solution to achieve those missions. We created bundle of the RDI technologies and also RDI domain, and we targeted the performance and the impact of those selected technologies within the time frame of the achievement, the target. So this is one of the examples for the road technologies map related to the RDI domain, related to the water desalination, because we are trying to reduce the cost of the water production by 50% in 2035. So we are focusing in different 5 RDI domain: brine mining, developing the membrane, and also integrated of the renewable energy with the desalination systems. So those research domains have around 12 technologies, such as biomimetic membrane, zeolite membrane, and also restructured the TFC membrane, also advanced the graphene membrane. And for each technologies, we created preferred pathway and also non-priority pathway for each technologies to measure the impact with advancing the RDIA. By announcing the Research Innovation Water Alliances by today, we're hoping to fostering all the key stakeholder collaboration, bring all the ecosystem to achieve those missions. And also we would like, through this collaboration, to create the Innovation District, ecosystem events. More than that, also we would like to highlight the outlook and the white papers to produce from this community. And we believe that at the RDIA, there is a huge potential for the quick wins through public-private partnership and direct fund that has been announced by the Deputy Minister of the Innovation and Research and Innovation at the Ministry, MIWA. We bring, with the strong partnership with the MIWA, a whole the ecosystem from the public sector and also the academia and the large corporation in Saudi Arabia with the small medium industry. And we hope, inshallah, within the time frame that have been set and announced, we will achieve those missions. Really appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Aida Al-Matrafi. Our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Ibrahim Al-Ramah from RDIA, who will continue the discussion on sustainability R&D outlooks. Please welcome Dr. Al-Ramah.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, everyone. I would like to present a brief about our report on sustainability emerging technologies. I would like to introduce my speech with the introduction. As we know that RDI drives sustainable practices in environmental and essential resource management, technology breakthroughs, promote economic growth and green jobs. Also, the ultimate goal of this report is to balance human with the environmental preservation for the future generation. Technology Foresight is a tool that identifies emerging technologies and trends early. It examines socio-economic shifts and technological advancements. It informs decision-making and prioritizes sustainable innovation. Technology Foresight ensures alignment with the long-term strategic goals such as sustainability and economic resilience. The methodology of technology foresight and our observatory for research, development, and innovation constitutes of 4 elements. The first element is monitoring. In monitoring, we utilize proactive and reactive trend identification that involves Delphi method, horizon screening, and panel interviews. In analysis stage, we utilize economic impact assessment and social impact assessment, and we use other tools of risk assessment such as PISTL, SWOT analysis, and other methods. In evaluation stage, we analyze the strategic impact, sustainability, and readiness levels of emerging technologies. For alignment stage, we align emerging technologies with Saudi Vision 2030 goals and also with the national missions of RDI. The criteria used in our methodology include 6 elements: the strategic impact, the long-term impact, the customer attitudes towards technology, the economic impact, and also commercial benefit, and the technology readiness level. In this report on emerging technologies, we identify 10 technologies in sustainability and environment. The first one is related to advanced water purification with hydrogels. The second one is water treatment with nanobubbles and electroceramic technologies. The third one is the smart monitoring of water quality. All of these 3 technologies align with the national mission of decreasing the withdrawal of non-renewable water by 90% and the cost of water production by 50% by 2035. The fourth technology in this report is about sustainable AI-based agriculture. AI can optimize crop management by monitoring the soil and crop health and detecting diseases and managing water usage. Drones can be also used to perform weeding, harvesting, and spraying. This technology aligns with the national mission to plant 10 billion trees across the kingdom by 2040. The fifth technology in this report talk about agriculture, biotechnology, and CRISPR-crafted food. The genetic engineering of fungi for food production showcases that the vast potential of these organisms to create new and sustainable foods. This technology aligns with the national mission to satisfy or to have self-sufficiency of 50% by 2040. The sixth technology in this report talks about advanced carbon capture materials. In this technology, we can find that machine learning AI algorithms can analyze structured data and identify promising molecular linkers and frameworks tailored to capture CO2 efficiently, with enhanced base of discovering sustainable materials for environmental applications. This technology aligns with the national mission to achieve net zero emission by 2060. The seventh technology in this report talks about the new biomass-derived catalysts for efficient pollution reduction. The use of nitrogen-doped porous carbon as a catalyst offers a low temperature, cost-effective method for removal of hazardous pollutants. This technology aligns with the national mission to protect 30% of the kingdom's land and sea by 2035. The eighth technology in this report talks about the use of elastocalorics for cooling and heating applications. These materials have the potential to significantly improve the efficiency and sustainability of heating and cooling systems. This technology aligns with the national priority to develop and adopt innovative cooling technologies to reduce cooling efficiency consumption by 30% by 2040. The ninth technology in this report talks about cooling cities with supercooling materials. Also, elastocalorics materials are promising materials that are efficient in cooling and heating systems. And this technology is aligned with the national mission to reduce the summer surface temperature by 4 degrees by 2040. The 10th and last technology in this report talks about the AI-enhanced climate change monitoring. One of the most significant advances in climate change monitoring is the use of satellite-based remote sensing. These satellites monitors a wide range of climate indicators, including the greenhouse emissions, the sea level rise, and it covers other uses. It aligns with the national mission to protect 30% of the kingdom's land and sea by 2035. So, after discovering these promising emerging technologies in this report, we recommend the collaboration between academia, the public sector, and the private sector to commercialize these technologies along other technologies to promote the commercialization of these technologies and to push them into the market to achieve the goal of net zero by 2060. Thank you for listening, and I would like to thank you again for attending this talk.
Thank you, Dr. Ibrahim Al-Ramah. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker, please welcome Professor Sir Edward Byron, President of KAUST, who will now deliver a keynote on shaping sustainable futures.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Edward Byrne, the relatively new and fourth president of KAUST, and it's a huge privilege to be here with you today. I'd particularly like to thank His Excellency Abdulaziz Al Malik for the invitation to speak. It's absolutely imperative that we share responsibility for shaping sustainable futures. When it comes to addressing sustainability challenges, collaboration is the key, and it's the main theme of what I want to speak to you about today. I authored a book just a couple of years ago with Charles Clarke, who was a senior cabinet minister in the UK government, on changing roles of universities. We called it the University Challenge, changing universities in a changing world. And the key theme was that universities not only need to do what they already do better, they need to do new things. And there's no area in which that is more important than the area of sustainability in addressing the needs of the planet going ahead. COP16 in Riyadh is a great example of an opportunity to unite leaders from governments, the private sector, across civil society, and of course global stakeholders to accelerate progress in sustainable land management. It is a critical discussion to slow and reverse land degradation. Collaboration across the board is the only way to support the changes we have to make in the loss of fertile land globally while achieving sustainable food production to meet the needs of our massive world populations. Why is shaping sustainable futures so important, and why does it require collaboration? well, it's obvious, its importance is obvious. But the reason it requires collaboration is because terrestrial ecosystems, as we all know only too well, are complex and fragile. Their preservation requires the combined expertise, resource and contribution from universities, from my sector, from governments and the private sector, embracing interdisciplinary collaboration among these entities, not just interdisciplinary collaboration in universities, interdisciplinarity in the broadest sense. Let's talk a little about the complexity of environmental challenges. Protecting desert ecosystems involves addressing multifaceted issues such as climate change, water scarcity, land degradation, and biodiversity loss. Universities contribute cutting-edge research and innovative solutions. Governments provide regulatory frameworks and funding, and the private sector offers technology, capital, and probably most of all, the ability to scale things up in the way we need to. Policy must, of course, be informed by science. Governments need evidence-based policies to effectively protect ecosystems. Universities provide the scientific insights and data necessary for creating such policies. For example, research on sustainable agricultural practices in deserts can inform government incentives for their adoption. Innovation often requires shared resources. Private sector investment in renewable energy, water-saving technologies, or desert reclamation projects can be guided by university research and supported by government subsidies or policies. Again, the collaboration across sectors. Education and capacity building needs balanced perspectives. Universities train the next generation of environmental scientists, engineers, and policymakers. Their contribution, of course, is essential. Global and regional coordination is necessary because of the scale of the problem. Terrestrial ecosystems often span national borders, requiring regional collaboration. Partnerships among local governments, multinational corporations, and academic networks are critical in addressing transboundary issues like desertification and water resource management. Let me talk a little bit about my new university, KAUST, and its incredibly productive relationship with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. KAUST was built on a mission of translating research and innovation, the technology aspect of its name, to the welfare and benefit of society, hence its dual mission of research and impact. And our task over the next little while is to continue to steadily increase the impact to ever greater levels. There is a very close alignment, indeed complete synchrony, with Vision 2030 for fostering economic and social prosperity for the Kingdom, of course with initiatives that are translatable to MENA and globally. KAUST was designed to collaborate and complement both the government and private industry sectors in developing innovative solutions, and that is at the core of the university's mission, a key reason why King Abdullah established it. Let me just say a little bit about individuals making an impact. Like most universities, a key impact is from our students, from our graduates. Our students come to us from leading universities around the world. We defy global STEM norms in our unusually high percentage of female students. Our impact metrics shown on this slide are world-leading. Achievements in research impact, innovation, and contributions to knowledge-based economy building are what we're all about. We have the highest citation rate per faculty member of any university. Made a little easier perhaps by the small size of our faculty, but it is truly outstanding and amazing that a faculty of this level has been created in just 15 years. Centers of excellence are crucial to the journey. When I talk about universities stepping up a gear, this is a crucial part of KAUST's strategy and how we are impacted and will impact in an ever greater way on the Kingdom. The concept of transdisciplinary centers of excellence in key pillars aligned to the RDI priorities of the Kingdom are aimed at attacking complex multidisciplinary questions: sustainability, climate, biodiversity on land and ocean. Note the alignment of our centers of excellence on the priority pillars of the Kingdom RDI strategy, and much of our research effort is now aligned directly around these pillars. I'm just going to say a little word about the 4 centers of excellence, not a great deal. The first I want to mention is the Center of Excellence for Renewable Energy and Storage Technologies, with many partners. I'll come to that in a later slide. This is having a huge role both in generation of clean energy and massively improved battery technologies, which are going to be so crucial to achievable solutions in the renewable energy and storage area. We host Shaheen 3, the major supercomputer in the Middle East. And around this, we have our Center of Excellence for Generative AI, which is playing a key role across the Kingdom and the region in supporting the economies of the future and all of the ways in which the information revolution is becoming so pertinent. And some of these I've set out on this slide. I won't go through them individually. The next pillar, very close to my heart with my biomedical background, is the Center for Excellence in Smart Health, looking at personalized medicine, the new genetics, and of course the wave of change sweeping the health world through massive research advances of the last 20 years, finally reaching the clinic, is just absolutely enormous, and we're at a time of unbelievable transformation in health. Very relevant to today's topic, and I note that the coordinator of this centre, Mark Tester, has received an award this morning, is our Centre for Sustainable Food Security, dealing with genetically modified crops that flourish in desert environments, with more salt-resistant crops, working on a whole raft of measures to help the Kingdom get to 50% food sustainability by 2040. Now, as I said at the beginning of this talk, partnership is everything, and there's no area where it's more important than in Saudi Arabia. Under Vision 2030, the Kingdom is moving forward at massive pace in so many areas, and it requires the resources, both intellectual and material, of the Kingdom to align for things to get to where they undoubtedly will get to over the next 5 years or a little more. Some of our partnerships are set out on this slide. On the left are the RDI priorities. On the top of the slide, key topics. And underneath, we list the many ministries and large commercial entities that KAUST is working with in real-life mission-based projects as we speak. I particularly want to mention that our number one partner across the board is MIWA. We have close to 30 major projects with MIWA, many of them of massive impact already happening as we speak. Just to say a little bit more about partnering for sustainability, clearly proof of principle comes out of scientific advances in universities, and we do that in-house. But scaling up requires broad partnerships, especially with industry and with other government agencies. And at KAUST, as with other leading science and technology universities, we're not doing most of our work as a theoretical experiment. We do some of that, but most of it has been done because of practical applications that will only work when they're scaled up and out there broadly in the real world. So here I mention just a number of our very major projects, cryogenic carbon capture with plants now working, prototype plants for cryostatic carbon capture cryogenic carbon capture at 2 power stations in Saudi Arabia, ammonia cracking technology, which is well advanced, and the fantastic partnership with Cordap around saving the coral reefs, and I'll come to that in the next slide. But just before I get to that, I just want to list here some of the really exciting partnerships that KAUST has with MIWA. The Climate Change Centre, developing science-based climate information nationally and regionally. It's fantastic to see that linked into the supercomputer and the speed with which analytic data can be provided. The Centre for Algal Biotechnology and Aquaculture, already mentioned, I think, in this conference. The key to developing new protein sources for food security. It creates jobs and delivers economic development opportunities. The Saudi Agri-Food Tech Alliance has been launched. The International Water Research Centre has already been launched today. Partnerships in education and capacity building are also crucial. At KAUST, we reach out into the education systems of the Kingdom through a summer program and have a number of courses aimed at educating young leaders in sustainability as part of our empowerment process. We're also going to be, in the next little while, greatly strengthening our education and research links with other key university entities in the Kingdom. Advancing environmental conservation, of course, is crucial. Advancing environmental conservation in this area, KAUST is a knowledge partner of the WAVE initiative, led by Her Royal Highness Princess Rima bint Bandar Al Saud, and partnerships for ocean and marine and ecosystem conservation. We synergize multiple initiatives such as WAVE, Cordap, the Red Sea Centre, Shusha Island Project, and more to yield more consistent and higher returns. In this process, we curate digital data on the Red Sea and make these available for WAVE partnerships, another example of an outstanding partnership. Of course, in collaboration with government and key entities of civil society is absolutely crucial. We have a role in fostering dialogue and solutions through many workshops and reports. I won't say more about these, but they're readily available. I touched earlier on the Coral Restoration Initiative collaboration in collaboration with the mega project NEOM. This is an amazing project, which is the leading project in the world in coral restoration, emphasizing both innovation and environmental sustainability. We are developing plans for 100 hectares of impact coral reefscape restoration in the Red Sea, having tested and scientifically defined the most resistant coral, the most heat-resistant coral, among other things, going ahead, that should flourish in slightly more adverse climatic conditions. This is the world's already sustainable coral restoration project by a long way. And as I'm about to show you on the next slide, the coral nursery that's been developed for the coral fragments that will be implanted on the reef is absolutely massive. It's the world's first repository for the many unique Red Sea coral species and will have major commercial applications. This shows the coral nursery. I won't let the whole video run, but it just shows the massive scale that some of these projects are running at here in the Kingdom. This is one that KAUST is particularly proud of and would not be happening but for the massive partnerships I've referred to already. So in closing, again, I'm going to return to this theme that I started with. To get where we need to get to, all involved need to do even better than we've done in the past. As I've said in my university statement, because this applies outside the university world also, we not only need to do the same things we've been doing better, we need to do new things. We need to be open to change, not only in our scientific orientation for those of us who are scientists and technologists, but in our willingness to open and embrace partnerships of a range and capacity that we haven't had before. There's a well-known quote, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. I wanted to close with this African proverb because it encapsulates the necessity for collaboration for long-term environmental goals. Of course, what it means is obvious, but just to reiterate the obvious, go fast, go alone. A single entity, whether university, government, private company, might act quickly in implementing specific initiatives. However, these efforts often lack the scale, inclusiveness and longevity required for systemic change, and more importantly, they leave opportunities on the table. In my area, the sequencing of the human genome required a massive translational cross-national effort. We would never have put humanity on the moon in 1969 without a massive contribution from multiple different fields. Well, the issues we face now are even more enormous than they were then, and we need to bring that scale of thinking to their solution. So, go far, go together. Obviously, lasting environmental protection and conservation requires the complementary strengths of academia, knowledge, governments, policy and funding, and industry, execution and technology. Working together ensures solutions are not only effective, but they're sustainable and become embedded over the long term. For instance, combating desertification requires scientific research to understand soil degradation, government action to implement large-scale afforestation programs, for example, the Saudi Green Initiative, and private sector innovation in water-efficient technologies for needed irrigation. By going together, these stakeholders can tackle the problem comprehensively and sustainably. Collaboration ensures that environmental initiatives benefit from shared knowledge, distributed resources, and diverse perspectives, making it essential for preserving desert ecosystems and addressing broader environmental challenges. I could just finish by saying, as a new president of KAUST again, I've come to a fantastic environment here in the Kingdom where the level of ambition in making a true difference to these crucial areas is absolutely outstanding. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Professor Byron. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break and we'll be back again. See you in a bit. Ladies and gentlemen, our break will end at 12 sharp. Please be back at 12 sharp. We will start our panels. Thank you. Rahman Rahim. Your Excellencies, our guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are at the first edition of Sustainability Innovation Week, a transformative event diving deep into the future of the environment, water, and agriculture sectors. Throughout this event, you will have the opportunity to engage in over 40 sessions featuring 70 speakers representing expertise from all corners of the globe. Our first panel discussion will dive into the role of policy in driving sustainability innovation from an international perspective. This panel includes distinguished experts. Please welcome Dr. Abdullah Al-Raddadi, Dr. Joost de Laat, Dr. Cargelo Masso, Professor Mariana Mazzucato. And I would like for the moderator to please step on stage.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, and welcome to this session on the role of policy and sustainability innovation. My name is Yara Al-Angari, and I'm the director of the National Transformation Institute's partnerships at KAUST, King Abdullah University for Science and Technology. I spent the majority of my career shaping the national innovation ecosystem here in the Kingdom, and I'm absolutely delighted and privileged to be joined here today by such a distinguished panel of pioneers, each in their own field, to offer their own valuable expertise and insights on this very important conversation. Together, we will be exploring the role of policy as a catalyst, ways to overcoming barriers to implementation, and shaping the future of sustainability innovation. Joining me today is Dr. Abdullah Al-Raddadi, the Assistant Deputy Minister for Research, Development and Innovation at the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture. He's a scientist by background who has dedicated his career to connecting RDI with real-world solutions for advancing sustainability and well-being in the Kingdom. And we're honored to have Professor Mariana Mazzucato. She is a professor in the economics of innovation and public value at University College London, where she is the founding director of the UCL Institute for Innovation and Public Purpose. Her highly acclaimed books include The Entrepreneurial State, The Value of Everything, Mission Economy, and The Big Con. And bridging science, policy, and practice is Professor Joost de Laat. He is a professor in economics and the managing director of the Social Sciences Group at Wageningen University and Research. He's an applied microeconomist with a trans and interdisciplinary research and teaching focus on poverty and sustainability in low and middle income countries. And last but definitely not least, Professor Cargelo Masso. He's a renowned soil scientist and the director of the Impact Area Platform on Environmental Health and Biodiversity at CGIAR, or the Consultative Group on International Agricultural Research. I want to start our discussion with our host from MIWA, Dr. Abdullah. As we've heard all today that the Kingdom has recently announced its national aspirations and priorities in research, development, and innovation, emphasizing sustainable environment and affordable supply of essential needs as one of its key 4 priorities. Can you tell us more? Why is this emphasis, and what's the role of MIWA in translating it into policies that actually drive innovations and sustainability innovations, and specifically in critical sectors such as water, agriculture, and environment?
Well, thank you, Yara. Thank you so much. It's an honor to be in such heavy panel, I would say. Well, let me start by explaining the situation in the Kingdom. We are not only blessed with natural resources, but we're also blessed with a very harsh environment, with water scarcity, imported-based food. You know, we have it all. But we don't look at it as a threat. It is, however, it is an opportunity that we want to act upon it And we believe that innovation is the key. We have a dilemma between water security and food security. And I think this is where we could innovate to find a solution in which we preserve our natural resources and we also have a certain level of food security, such as mentioned in the missions this morning. In MIWA, we come from a demand side, or the demand side. And when we looked at and we assessed the ecosystem in the kingdom, we found out, as Dr. Al-Malik mentioned this morning, that we have two key roles: is to steer the ecosystem and to enable it. And in steering, we have assessed the ecosystem, we have aligned the national strategies with the RDI missions, and we know exactly, I can say safely that we know exactly where do you want to play. Now, looking at the ecosystem, we've identified gaps, and we've seen that what other entities are doing, what other stakeholders are doing, and we believe that as a government entity, that we need to drive the movement in innovation, and we need to play where others won't play. And that's why when we created our programs, initiatives, departments, we were very careful in specifying what roles would MIWA play, in which we are looking at partnerships, we're creating partnerships. We know that there are so many silos and redundant efforts in the kingdom. We wanted to actually mitigate that, reduce that. We looked at the supply side. We've created several entrepreneurship programs. And we look at the demand side as well with several programs to unlock the demand, such as the piloting program, and I think this was mentioned in this morning. So what MIWA was doing is, we know what the RDI authority is planning, we know the industry, we know the water, agriculture, and food players in the kingdom, and what we want to do is to link the two to achieve the sectoral objectives and to activate the role of innovation.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I think it's very important what MIWA is currently doing, bringing all the different elements of its sectors together. And I think this brings me to Professor Mazzucato. In your keynote earlier today, you emphasized the importance of ambitious and mission-oriented approaches to addressing sustainability challenges. And we recognize that such ambitious goals, and especially when it comes to sustainability goals, often require policies to act as catalysts, steering innovation to specific directions. In your view, how can governments balance the need between for mission-oriented innovation and the risks of picking winners?
Right.
Yeah.
So if you don't pick winners, the losers will pick you.
Yeah.
That's it. No.
Yeah.
So missions are about going beyond the old focus, which was picking winners. Picking winners means you assume you know ex ante which firms, which sectors, which technologies. I say don't pick the sector or the technology or even these little projects. Pick the problems, make them super ambitious, and consult, make sure that they resonate at the local, regional, national level, but then catalyze a system that gets all sectors to work towards the solutions to that problem. So it's different from picking sectors. You're picking problems and making sure through the different governance mechanisms that you are really fostering as much collaboration as possible, but towards a goal. So if things aren't going right, you should stop. One of the best things about DARPA, the most classic mission-oriented agency in the United States government, was not just turning the tap on, but also turning it off, right? And also how they worked with the private sector was very ambitious. I find it fascinating, by the way, that the US, the United States, was very good at this for the military-industrial complex, but really bad at it on all the things that are actually in the civil economy. So in the health sector, the United States spends over $40 billion a year, not just on enabling and steering, but on innovating. So the National Institutes of Health, which is a large agency. Trump, by the way, just said he's going to cut it. First president ever. Reagan funded it. Trump is the first president, in parentheses, who says he wants to get rid of it or to cut it. But anyway, the NIH, for example, has been responsible for 75% of new molecular entities with priority rating, so the revolutionary drugs. Then they worked, of course, with the private sector. Venture capital always came later. Venture capital pretends to be risk-taking. They've always followed public investments. But so the problem is, if you do that, which is good, yay, you should, of course, make sure that the prices of those drugs that you helped to create embed the idea that the taxpayer or the public contributed to it. Zero. We have value-based pricing, which basically allows pricing of drugs in the West to go to whatever the market will bear, and then you get the welfare state later coming in to subsidize it, right? And in the US, unfortunately, there's not a strong welfare state, so people die not because they're sick, but because they can't afford the drugs. And there's a huge, it's actually in the front papers today, because there's a huge debate today about this. But when DARPA funds health, because they don't just fund the internet, they also have funded big biotech and health solutions. Why? Because the soldiers get sick on the battlefield. They've always structured the partnership well, so that access by the soldiers is thought about at the same time on the supply. So the supply and the demand are thought about within an agency. Why? Because they want to win the war, right? You don't just say, oh, here's a bit of money here and there, and then pray to God that you win. So for wars, and I hate war, and unfortunately we're living through a period of wars, but for war, you don't have the naivete that we have, that we see in the social sphere. And I loved everything you said. I would just say something a bit provocative. We're supposed to debate, I assume. If we all get along, you're not going to be entertained. The one thing I would differ, you're right that we need to steer and enable. But had the US government just steered and enabled, we wouldn't have had Silicon Valley. It also needed to invest, right? So the investor of first resort, not just the lender of last resort, has been critical to the US innovation engine. In-Q-Tel, have you ever heard of In-Q-Tel? It's a public venture capital fund in the CIA. But also the SBIR program, the Small Business Innovation Research Program, which allowed small companies to scale, because it was a public investment. Every department across the ministries needs to spend between 3 and 5% of its budget to fuel innovative solutions in the private sector. But that's public money. It's not just steering and enabling, it's taking risks. Many times these solutions that come from the private sector don't work, but the public sector needs to, see it as a portfolio. Where does it go wrong? When you don't have the confidence. I always give the example of Tesla, because Elon Musk loves talking about himself. And Tesla would not have existed had the US government not bet on it. Through a guaranteed loan program that happened in 2009 after the financial crisis, when Europe was stuck with austerity. Dumb, don't do that. The US had a fiscal stimulus, $800 billion, steering it towards a green revolution, and the Department of Energy created a loan guarantee scheme that some went to companies like Tesla, which succeeded, some went to companies like Solyndra, which failed, a solar company, which failed also because of what was happening in China in terms of cost reduction. That's normal. Talk to any venture capitalist. For every success, you will need to bear with 8 or 9 failures. But the government didn't do that. They funded, right, on the supply side, but then they didn't treat it like a portfolio. So they said to Tesla, if you don't pay back the loan, we get 3 million shares in your company. Why would you want 3 million shares in a crappy company that doesn't pay back a loan? They should have said the opposite. Here's the money. If things go bad, don't worry, it's guaranteed. If it goes well, they should have said the same to Google. If it goes well, we get 3 million shares in your company. The price per share between 2009 and 2013 went from 9 to 90. That difference, multiplied by 3 million, would have more than covered the Solyndra loss and the next round of investments. So that's what I mean by public venture capital, and that's different from just steering and enabling. It's what, by the way, Israel did with Yozma. Without Yozma, there would be no startup nation. Right, so we need to go beyond the ideology, and the picking winners versus picking the willing means that if you have a goal, then you ask the companies, who's willing to work with us? And if you're not willing, back to the end of the queue. You don't get anything. If you are willing, we're going to help you. So even with the small companies, instead of thinking of it as SME policy, small medium enterprise policy, if it's a small company that's willing to work with you on climate, on water, on biodiversity, on reducing the digital divide, they're going to need extra support because they're small. But it's not just because they're small. That's picking winners. It's picking a size, picking a sector, picking a technology. Pick the problems and help all those companies that want to work with you find the solutions. But be smart in how you socialize not just the risks, but the rewards.
Wonderful. That's insightful, and I want to delve a little deeper later on the financing and funding. I think it's a very, very important conversation, especially at this time. I want to take this from another angle and bring it to Professor Joost. Your group, the Social Sciences Group, is one of the 5 sciences group at Wageningen. All 5 focus on the food, nature, and human nexus. How does your science group approach policy as a catalyst and sustainability innovation, and what stands out for you?
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be here. So from the Social Sciences Group at Wageningen, we take a people-centered approach to solving the greatest planetary challenges within this domain of food, human, and nature. And so what does that mean about how we look at innovation? Often when we think of innovation, we equate it with technology. And in our domain, examples that will come up, for example, clean cooking stoves or improved seeds. And of course, these are essential in achieving more sustainable outcomes. However, a big part of that same equation needs to be adoption, the human dimension of technology. And so that's one of the elements where within the social sciences we look at. We look at that through randomized controlled trials, through modeling, through more qualitative work. So that's one aspect of connecting social sciences with technology. However, perhaps even more important is that many of the challenges that we face in the domain of food and agriculture around sustainability do not get solved by technology alone. They are the effect of market failures and social dilemmas. And let me give you a few examples of these. So for example, when you go to the grocery store, there's a range of food products. These products, most of the time, do not reflect the true cost of producing that. That also includes the environmental cost. Or farmers often do not have incentives to include nature-based solutions on their farms because they don't get compensated. Or we'll find pastoralists, farmers, private companies competing for communal resources such as water, causing a tragedy of the commons. So in order to address those very big ones, we need to think beyond technology, and we need to do a rethink of the institutions. We need to innovate institutions. So policies, we need to innovate policy in addition to policy innovation. And I can mention a number of things here. For example, how do we ensure that across the value chain, from consumer to producer, both the benefits and the contribution to the sustainability goals, environmental goals are equally distributed? That requires us to think about the very institutions, the rules of the games, the laws, the policies on how to get that picture right. And that's an important contribution from the social sciences to the whole debate around innovation.
That's very interesting, and I think this is a great segue to Professor Masso. I want to bring you into this discussion because you advocate for the importance of co-creating solutions, especially with food system actors, for successful adoption of innovations. What role can policy play in facilitating collaboration amongst farmers, researchers, and other key stakeholders to promote sustainability innovation, especially in the agricultural systems?
Thank you very much, and excellent point. At CGIAR, our main goal is really to sustainably transform food, land, and water systems in the current climate crisis. And it takes the whole of society to make things happen. So policies should strive to make sure that we have inclusive multi-stakeholders platforms, really to discuss the issues with the systems thinking approach, and I will come back to it. And that becomes very important in terms of capacity sharing to make sure that everyone has the same level of information, at least it's shared. Doing that comes with a cost. How do you make sure that you have financing mechanisms, policies that can support those kind of financing mechanisms for things to happen? At CGIAR, our policy innovation science program really strives to do it in making sure that we could develop, we could design solutions with policymakers, with National Agricultural Research and Extension Services, but also farmer organizations. Maybe something I failed to mention earlier is that we mainly operate with smallholder farmers, mainly in low and middle income countries. So the access to knowledge, to information is not always that straightforward. In those policies I talk about finance is really making sure that we have a financing system that allows smallholder farmers to have access to funding. That could be through shortening the agricultural value chains to get more profits to the smallholder farmers, but also having context-specific loan schemes that address the needs of the smallholder farmers in developing countries, because we have to acknowledge that they are seriously resource constrained. So those are some of the critical things we need to do. But when we look into it, there is a lot of things we have to do. And we are talking about a sustainability week. As we bring the people together, how do we make sure that we design a system that allows us to bridge agricultural productivity, because we have to meet food security, alleviate poverty, address malnutrition, but in such a way that there is also an environmental sustainability related to it. How do we maximize the biodiversity and ecosystem gains in that area, and keeping in mind that we are operating in a climate crisis. To pause here, what I think I really want to underscore is the social inclusion. How do we make sure, especially when we talk about developing countries, how do we make sure that we have inclusive systems that take into consideration the interests and the needs of women, youth, and other kind of marginalized groups? I'll pause here for now. Thanks.
Wonderful. Now, on the same note, I want to bring up ways to overcome barriers to implementation. On the same note of collaboration, I want to bring it back to Dr. Abdallah. We know that effective implementation often requires alignment across different stakeholders. How does MIWA foster that collaboration and consensus among public institutions, industries, and other key stakeholders to implement sustainability-focused policies?
Well, thank you, Yara. But first of all, I'd like to go back to Professor Mariana's point. I totally agree. The government is taking risks. I was speaking on the behalf of MIWA,
Yes.
in which we do not invest. However, we do work with entities, governmental entities that do invest. And what we do is we advise them into where to invest, in which we do an assessment of technologies and the alignment of those technologies with the national objectives. And we do invest to some extent, but again, we are bureaucrats. We are a government entity, so it would be hard for us to invest, but I totally agree. I think investment is the key here. With regard to with the collaboration, I would like to quote Sir Edward, who had a very interesting presentation this morning, and he said that he concluded his presentation with the say that if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And I do believe this is absolutely right. And when we work at MIWA, we believe in collaboration between entities. Those entities, might be from a government sector, from the private sector, non-profit, investment bankers, and so on. And I'll just give you an example of, we thought that might be difficult. 2 years back, we had a notion of a technology alliance for agriculture. We studied the idea, and we drafted a strategy for that. And when we reach out for stakeholders, we simply told them that, join us. No strings attached, no commitment. There is, binding rules, We are not asking for anything. Just join us on the table, under one roof. Let's discuss what we want, actually, as a government entity, as academia. In less than 5 months, we had more than 80 members. And those members come from a variety of entities in the kingdom and actually globally. We have MIWA is there, RDI Authority is there, KAUST is there, NEOM is there. From outside, from abroad, we have Microsoft, we have BGI, we have national champions such as Al-Mara'i and NADIC and other entities. And what we did is, and what we are doing now is, that whenever there is a topic that is an interest of several members, we would create a working group for this topic. And we would see that who is interested to join this working group and what projects might be an outcome of those groups. And so far, it has been working perfectly. The members are very enthusiastic in working in the alliance. And the only reason is that they do believe that innovation could play a role in that. And we've seen some silos that are broken within this alliance. Redia is announcing also a water alliance which aims to the same objectives. And within less than a month, they had more than 20 members joining this alliance. So yes, I think collaboration is the key, especially if members or entities, stakeholders are believers in innovation.
Absolutely. I think, as you mentioned, collaboration is key, and the story that you had with the Saudi Agri-Food Tech Alliance is truly exemplary on how it brought the different sectors together. Now, I want to come back to the finance and funding conversation. I see that it has sparked an interest. And as you've highlighted, one of the key barriers is aligning public and private finances. In your view, what strategies can ensure that public funding actually catalyzes private investments in sustainability innovation rather than what you've just mentioned earlier today in the morning, rather than just filling gaps?
Right. So I don't like the word barrier because of how it's been used. It's used as a complaint. There's barriers to innovation. In Italy, I have 3 citizenships, which means I pay tax in 3 countries. That's the biggest complication. But in Italy, everyone complains about bureaucracy, red tape, tax. There's no more red tape or tax in Italy than in most European countries. What we have is extreme inertia and a parasitic relationship between public and private. So I'm very interested in metrics that capture what is the difference between a parasitic relationship, literally I said that in the keynote, use the biological metaphors and equations and science, versus a mutualistic symbiotic one. Let me just give you a quick example of what I'm talking about. We have a public bank in Italy called the Cassa Depositi e Prestiti. Sounds nice, everything in Italian sounds nice, but it's a bank that just gives out money to any sector that says, help, 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 I'm in trouble. Why are you in trouble? What have you been doing for the last 20 years? Right? In Germany, because they have been very ambitious in recent years, for the last decade, around their Energiewende policy, the bank that they have, called the KfW, it's a public bank, has put conditionality for the sectors like the steel sector. Steel all over the world is in trouble, all over the world is asking for help. But in Germany, because they were ambitious, and I'm really, really interested in how you guys are framing your ambitions and what it means, the loan to steel was conditional that the sector lower the material content of production. The bank didn't tell them how to do it. That would be micromanaging, that would kill entrepreneurship and innovation. But that was the clear direction. How? It's up to you. Just like with my moon landing example, right? The procurement, all the different problems. How the private sector came up with the solutions was up to them. But the procurement was structured in that outcomes-oriented way. And that's what happened. So we have steel that's green in Germany, not because they went to Davos or the World Economic Forum to talk about purpose this, purpose that, but because they had to. And if they weren't interested, back at the end of the queue. Another example, during COVID, what was the goal, the ambition in COVID? Was it just the vaccine? Of course not. We came up with 8 vaccines. The goal should have been make it accessible to the whole world, your point about capacity. Now, what does accessibility mean? As I said before, in terms of the contracts, it doesn't happen just by talking about it. It happens if you structure an innovative collaboration, the collective intelligence, with issues around access at the center. So AstraZeneca, one of the companies, worked with Oxford University researchers. Oxford is a state school. I remind my friends at Harvard and Yale, Oxford and Cambridge are state schools. They're not private schools. And these publicly financed researchers put as a condition their willingness to work with AstraZeneca if they agreed to share the knowledge. Yeah? Share the technology. There's a global health pandemic at the time. Millions of people are dying. Let's not gamble. They still made money, profits, but not excess profits, because of this conditionality on sharing knowledge, keeping costs and prices low, so it could be also produced elsewhere and not just delivered ex post. The expired vaccines, no? Dr. Tedros from Ethiopia, who runs the WHO, called this vaccine apartheid. So vaccine nationalism too, hoarding the vaccines. So given what the goal is, given what the mission is, work backwards and structure the collaboration, structure the innovation, structure the finance to work on the goal. That's why goals matter. And as much as it's important to bring different companies together and different public organizations, that's the beginning, and that's very important. But testing out what a good collaboration looks like is critical, and most collaborations, I think, are terrible. Why? Because we have misgoverned the tools. So intellectual property rights, that was on the screen this morning in the fantastic opening statements that were made, but intellectual property rights are not rights from God, right? It's the right from the state. You get 17 years of monopoly profits. What does the state get back? It gets back diffusion of the knowledge, at least when the patent is up. But if in the meantime, we allow those patents to get extended even further or abuse them because patents are too wide, often just used for strategic reasons, too strong, hard to license, or too upstream in the innovation chain, so the tools are being patented and privatized. That is a bad, bad deal for the public entity that gave the 17 years. So governing patents matters. It's not just IPR policy. And my experience is that most of these tools are really badly governed, and what's happened is we've, again, socialized risk, privatized reward. Look at how much money has been made by the so-called big tech industry, which is now buying the best scientists in the world to come into those tech companies. They used to actually be in universities and public labs, so on and so forth, but these excess profits, tax evasion, and sometimes labor exploitation, look at Amazon's corporate governance model, have allowed these excess profits to be created. And I think what's so important in a region like yours, where you're just beginning to work ambitiously with the private sector, get it right from the beginning. Do not copy the Western model. It has so many holes, and it created inequality. So what you want is inclusive growth and sustainable growth. Doing them together in terms of how you govern the collaborations really, really matters.
Wonderful. Taking this further, I want to bring this back to Professor Joost. Your work, especially your work in randomized controlled trials, such as what you've done with the Cash for Carbon, it involves identifying cost-effective sustainability innovations. What does it take for such innovations to scale, and what role can policy does to achieve this?
I think that's a nice bridge to what you just shared about ultimately trying to aim for more equitable growth. It connects with the previous point that I made about the need for institutional innovation and how the public sector, the government, have an important role to play in shaping the rules of the game, the incentives that people have. And so let me take this concrete example of Cash for Carbon that you mentioned. So about 10 years ago, we conducted a randomized controlled trial in Uganda together with the government of Uganda, UNEP, and several civil society organizations, looking at the effectiveness of a program that provided payments to smallholder forest owners to see if it would reduce deforestation. We found that it reduced deforestation by half and was actually a very cost-effective way both to reduce emissions, carbon emissions, and get payments to smallholders. So then the question arises, so how can an initiative like this be scaled?
The findings were published in 2017 in a paper called Cash for Carbon. Now, 7 years later, there's a big discussion also here at the UNCCD COP around the voluntary carbon market and the potential for billions of euros, dollars going from companies offsetting their carbon footprint into schemes like this. Well, we also know, and there's a lot of discussion about the big risks that involve these schemes. So, for example, middlemen with commercial interests might take a large share of the payments when working together with smallholders who have very little power. Or it may even go further, a risk of land grabbing for commercial interests to promote forest growth. And so there is financing, there is evidence out there that this can work, but now how to bring these two together in a sustainable and equitable way requires institutional innovation. And let me give one small example of such an institutional innovation from my own country, the Netherlands. So there, over the last years, we've seen the rise of nature cooperatives among farmers. So these are groups of farmers that come together collectively and collectively negotiate, for example, with the Dutch government, with the EU, with provinces, on the payments that they will then receive to preserve nature on their farms. So that's an example where the payments are distributed in a much more equitable way and actually achieve the outcome and avoid the types of risks. But again, this requires these institutional innovations. This requires a proactive government requiring these innovations. It requires payments to go, for example, in a preferential way to these types of cooperatives. And so institutional innovation is necessary to scale these types of initiatives.
Great, wonderful. Professor Masso, I think this brings us to a very relevant point where you usually speak about policy coherence as a critical way of addressing challenges. In your view, what steps can governments take to ensure coherence across the different sectors, whether it's agricultural, environmental, economic, to overcome any implementation challenges?
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a concept that is easy to mention, but which is relatively complex. And I really want to stress something that Mariana said in terms of everything we do, being policy and others, as long as we don't pay the right investment in governance, accountability, we have troubles. So as we talk about now, really policy coherence is really try to see what are the things we want to focus on. And here we are mainly talking about productivity and sustainability. If you go to the UN SDG 12 with responsible consumption and production, that's really where the coherence has to happen. Now, how do we make sure that we put in place policies that allows us to improve in terms of food security, in terms of nutrition, in terms of health, in terms of livelihoods, in social inclusion and so on, while at the same time, we are making sure that we optimize in terms of the biodiversity and ecosystem gains and also enhancing our resilience. How do we make sure that we pay attention to that? And that calls me really to the global biodiversity framework. When we talk about repurposing harmful subsidies, making sure that the subsidies are going to the areas that allows us to maximize the economic benefits of nature-based solutions. We are not saying that we stop everything we have been doing, but how do we transition to make sure that we are creating systems that are sustainable? That comes off with the cost. At CGI, we talk about regenerative agriculture, agroecology, climate-smart agriculture, and so on. Everything comes with the up and downs in terms of the challenges. But how do we make sure that we have built a system to finance the actions, to make sure that we are able to translate our commitments into actions with the proper financing? And I can tell you, we are wasting, if you go to the Global Biodiversity Framework, the numbers are there of how many billions we are wasting that we can bring into our sustainable production systems and making sure that we produce what we need and we don't overproduce, we don't end up wasting a lot of the food and so on. Let us make sure that we consume really with relatively good approaches to make sure that we don't waste. That will help in terms of making the coherence happen, really balancing the whole system. We have 17 development goals. You can only develop them once all of the stakeholders talk to each other, implementers co-coordinate, so that there is a significant coherence. Back to you, thanks.
Wonderful. I think you brought in a very important point, which is resilience. Resilience is very important, especially when thinking about the future and building for the future. And I want to bring this back to Dr. Abdullah. We've seen, emerging technologies, precision agriculture, AI, and what have you, reshaping how the sustainability efforts happening globally. How is MIWA planning to integrate all of these advancements into their own policy frameworks, just to ensure that it stays ahead of the emerging trends?
Well, what we did at the beginning is that we have established a technology intelligence hub, in which we might sometimes call the Observatory for RDI or the Technology Forecasting Center, or it's a tool for us to foresee the future. What are the emerging technologies? What are the technologies that might be an opportunity for us or a threat for us, either to catch it or to hedge against it? And it's a tool for us to know what can we do to be ready, not only in terms of regulations. In terms of regulations, we are part of the world, and we will cope with it. And we do have, as mentioned by Dr. Abiz this morning, the sandbox in which we could actually take advantage of. But also in terms of human capital, are we ready in terms of human capital for emerging technologies? Are we ready in terms of infrastructure? Are we ready in terms of culture? Are we, we have been attacked by so many technologies these days that even culturally we are not ready for. So I think the observatory or the technology intelligence hub is our lens in which we see what's coming, and whatever is needed to be done, we will do it, either with available tools or by creating new tools.
Great. I think this conversation brings up a question I want to ask Professor Mazzucato, and especially I want to bring up institutional transformation.
Sorry?
Institutional transformation. And looking forward, what does it take to create purpose-driven institutions that are capable of tackling the complex and cross-sectoral challenges usually posed by sustainability innovations?
I think a couple things, but we have so little time that I'll just focus on two big things. One is that risk should be encouraged. So I once asked the head of ARPA-E, who was set up to kind of modeled around DARPA, but around energy. She was one of the first directors, Cheryl Martin. I said, how do you actually inspire the culture of risk-taking in your organization? She said, we actually evaluate people by how much risk they were willing to take and how much kind of transformational change the few successes they come up with have. In other words, we're not just trying to tinker on the edges. We're trying to have an economy-wide transformation, like around the early battery development. But that idea that you're not just de-risking, facilitating, enabling, fixing market failures, all these words that somehow economists came up with and brainwashed everyone. Because if you're a young person, would you rather go in an organization that de-risks the cool private sector, or takes on risks, welcomes uncertainty, and works ambitiously with the private sector? So this massive narrative change, which also needs to go into institutional remit, HR practices, and so on. And the second thing, I mentioned it this morning, but I think it's a huge problem in your country, in your kingdom, this consultification of your government is extraordinary. Every time I've been asked, by the way, to talk with someone in your government, there was always someone from BCG or some other consulting company on the line. Why? Look at how much you're spending. I'm sorry, I have nothing against the people that work in consulting companies. I have a problem with this massive conflict of interest that exists. Okay, they're often consulting on both sides for the state-owned enterprise and the organization that should be regulating the state-owned enterprise, but they also have no incentive or, to basically make sure that the government is more capable in the next round, because then they won't get the contract. And honestly, the value they're bringing to you is very low. In Italian, we call it aria fritta, air. You get air, you fry it, it's still air. So I really think your government should look at how much you're spending right now on consultants and have a much more, disintermediated engagement with the private sector, as NASA did. NASA warned in the 60s that they were getting too intermediated by consultants, and they said, we won't even know how to work with the private sector, or with some of the top academics, right? If they want to work with you, work with you. You don't need BCG to get these massive rents in the process. And I'm just going to say it because I am astounded by how much money you're wasting.
Well,
sorry.
that's an insightful point. You brought up evaluation, and I want to bring it to Professor Joost. In shaping future policies, what should evidence from impact evaluation play in refining and advancing sustainability-focused policies in order to maximize its effectiveness?
I'll be very brief. Time is up, and thank you for making the case for engaging research at universities. That too seems to be under pressure in many parts of the world, so thank you for making that case. Impact evaluations or research in general, I think it's not the starting point, it's not the end point of innovation, but it's an essential part of innovation. Resources are limited, the challenges that we face also around sustainability are huge, and so let's not drive in the dark and be sensible, build evidence where we need it, find ways that are effective, that are cost effective, and then try to scale these, both through financing, but also through these institutional innovations that I talked about. So it's an essential part of a broader ecosystem that needs to be in place.
Great, wonderful. I want to bring this to Professor Kargeli. Your institution is focusing on transitioning, as you mentioned, to regenerative agriculture and circular agri-food systems. In your view for the future, what policy frameworks or incentives do you believe are necessary to accelerate this transition on a global scale?
Yeah, quite amazing. Just two things before then. There is really, for us working in the global south, one thing to keep in mind, there is less than 7% of the budget that goes into investigating the root causes of food insecurity, malnutrition, and poverty. And we talk about inclusion, but you can only realize that only less than 2% of the budget goes to the smallholder farmers. So one of the actions that is really needed is to make sure that if you want to sustainably transform food, land, and water systems, I would advocate for countries to put minimum 10% of the national budget into sustainable solutions that calls for regenerative agriculture, agroecology, nature-positive solution, ecosystem-based approaches, and so on. And that takes us really in terms of looking, and we developed several global tools. I was referring earlier to the Global Biodiversity Framework. One of the things is really mapping the kind of subsidies across sectors, because it's not only the agricultural sector, it's across national sectors, and try to see where are we wasting money, where are we putting money on the wrong things. How do we bring that money now into the sustainable? I'm focusing mainly on the agricultural sector because that is where we focus as a CGIAR, but I do believe we can do the same exercise to all sectors of the countries. So that is an area where we need to make sure that investment goes to things that helps us to meet our needs. And we are here in Riyadh in the context of the UNCCD COP16, our land, our future. How do we make sure that we translate our commitments into actions by investing properly?
Wonderful. I want to take 2 more minutes, and I want to end up with a challenge. And to close this session specifically, I want each one of you to answer in 30 seconds the following question. What single action should governments focus on right now to align innovation with sustainability goals? I'll start with you, Dr. Abdullah. 30 seconds.
Well, that's a challenge.
Yeah.
Well, what we are doing is actually we are always looking at what we can do, where we can intervene, then what is needed from us, funding, regulations, whatever is needed, and then actually intervene. And always at the end, we have to evaluate, assess, and then going back into the cycle again and correct. If there's any mistakes, we correct them. If there's anything, right we're doing, then we are continue doing and improve it.
Wonderful. Professor Mariana.
The average age in Mission Control Room during the Apollo program was 26 years old. It was a cool place to work. So invest within your civil service, your public service. That's part of the deconsultification, but it's not enough. The training, the outcomes orientation, the Gov Labs, make it a cool place to experiment with all these new tools and institutional reforms, but it's not going to happen without actually dedicating proper funds and make it not the bureaucracy, but make it a dynamic, sexy, edgy, cool, creative, agile bureaucracy.
Professor Joost?
I think I would say take a systems approach to innovation. If I take the food system, ask the question, what does it take? Does it take technological solutions? Does it take adoption of these technological solutions? Does it take changing the rules of the game so that you get ultimately more equitable, durable solutions? Look at the system as a whole and then take action.
Yeah, I will echo what Dr. Abdullah just said. For us to achieve what we want to achieve, we should stop from reacting and being proactive. And that will take us sustainable innovation resource hubs in place and putting mechanisms in place in terms of monitoring, evaluation, learning, and doing the impact assessment of our actions, and be able to do adaptive management where we realize that things are not heading in the right direction, making sure that we can detect, get early warnings. That makes us understanding the critical need of impact indicators of each investment we make for sustainability.
Wonderful. I think that's a wonderful way to close, adapt, and be proactive. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to our panelists, and thank you for joining us. Let's keep the momentum, and thank you so much for joining us. Have a great rest of your day.
All right, thank you, Yara, and thank you to our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take 2 minutes. Our second panel will address innovative policies enhancing water supply and quality. It will be moderated by Dr. Basil Abusharh. Please give us a couple of moments and to prepare the panel, and we'll be back. will address innovative policies enhancing water supply and quality. It will be moderated by Dr. Basil Abu Sharh. This session features leading experts. Please welcome our panelists, Mr. Thomas Altman, Engineer Mohammed Abu Haid, Engineer Tariq Al-Ghafari, and Mr. Umar Ouda.
Mr. Thomas.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, esteemed colleagues and distinguished guests. I'm Basil Abu Sharh, and I'm delighted to welcome you to our panel discussion on boosting water supply and quality with innovative policies. Saudi Arabia is a water-stressed country. It's actually a very water-stressed country. And at the same time, we are a growing country, growing population, growing economy, growing ambitions, growing industry, and improving lifestyle. And all of this requires water, actually a lot of water. At the same time, we have to secure our food security, and that also requires more water. We are lucky today here and honored to have some of the most important players in the water sector in Saudi Arabia. That includes the desalination sector, the underground water sector, and the wastewater recycling sector. Our guests today are Dr. Umar Ouda, who is an advisor to the Deputy Minister for Water at MIWA. Engineer Tariq Al-Ghafari, he's the Vice President for Research and Innovation at Saudi Water Authority. Engineer Mohammed Abu Haid, he's the President of the Saudi Irrigation Organization. And Thomas Altman, he's VP for Technology at Aqua Power. Today, as you heard, we launched two ambitious missions. One of them is to increase the food supply to 50%, and the second mission is to reduce the cost of water by 50% and to reduce underground water, non-renewable underground water withdrawals by 90%. So doing this requires both policy and innovation, and neither of them is enough. So it's not enough to have policies and regulations to limit the withdrawal of water. And we also need innovations. There's a limit to how much you can achieve with policy and regulation, and that's where innovation becomes essential. So I'll start this panel with a question to Dr. Umar. As a custodian of the underground water resources, which is the most critical resource in Saudi Arabia, you have been able to achieve 10 billion cubic meters per year reduction in underground water withdrawals over the past 8 years. How was that possible? What did you do to achieve that milestone?
Thank you, Dr. Basil, for a good question. But first of all, I want to say that it's my honor to be here, and thank you for everybody to attending this interesting session, and for you specifically to put together a very interesting topic and for discussion. This is a very nice question, and also a very complicated one to answer, and this is coming from where things have started. Before the strategy, before 2017, announcing the National Water Strategy, if we look at the water consumption in the kingdom, agriculture water was consuming around 20 billion cubic meter a year. And in a way or the others, that was about 85% of the total water use in the kingdom. And the big question was for what? How much the return coming to the national economy out of using such a huge amount of water in annual basis and what is the value added out of this. During the strategy preparation and during setting out the baseline assessment of the water sector in the kingdom, it's turned to be that the majority of this water goes specifically for the irrigation of fodder crops, alfalfa, and you name it. That was the majority, the vast majority, around 13, 14 billion specifically being used. And that's for a very simple, I want to give you some numbers. If we look at, like, you name it, any type of crops, tomato or whatever, the annual water used for it is between 15 to 20,000 cubic meter per hectare. Alfalfa, we are talking about 40,000 and above cubic meter per hectare. This is significant, and that's where it starts. That was, you know what, a trigger. There's something have to be done there in that specific point, and that's where the real decision, the real decree come out to phase out the fodder cultivation with a certain reducing, with a target to reduce groundwater consumption in the agriculture sector. And that was one of the key reasons to achieve this significant decrease on water consumption, specifically for agriculture sector. But it's not the whole story stopped here. It's coming from a different perspective how this works. One of them that's for the first time, that's in 2022, we have a comprehensive Water Act. And the beauty of this Water Act, that it's classified and mentioned clearly the order of water user, where the priority, the first one have that to meet the human needs, and then coming the industry because it's having the highest return, and then the agriculture. This classification facilitates setting the right regulation to control water consumption and to increase the efficiency of use. Starting within the ministry right now, we have a very comprehensive water meter installation campaigns in the ministry, specifically for farmers' use. That's additional because if you want to control something, if you want to manage things properly, then you have to have the right information about the consumption. And that's added additional dimension to the work coming out to this reduction. Plus, you name it, since there's more control in the abstraction, even big agriculture company like Marai, NADIC, and all these things start to look in a more focused way into their water consumption. They start to try to identify ways to reduce the water consumption. And that's what come out with this result out of many other aspects too. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Omar. So to put things in perspective, the magnitude of underground water withdrawals the daily is around 40 million cubic meters per day. Now, the magnitude of treated sewage water per day is around 7 million cubic meters per day. And the amount of desalinated water in Saudi Arabia is around 7 million cubic meters per day. So you can understand the importance of the underground water sector in the entire water use in Saudi Arabia. Now, my next question goes to Engineer Mohammed Abu Haid, who is the president of the Saudi Irrigation Organization. SIO plays a critical role in the water cycle in Saudi Arabia and in improving the irrigation sector. Can you outline SIO's strategy for enhancing the irrigation water supply and quality, and how innovations is embedded within this strategy?
شكرا دكتور باسل. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. I think SIO strategy is built in our strategy is built in the integrated water resource management. This holistic approach, acknowledging the interconnection of all the water management aspects, taking in consideration achieving or based on 5 critical or key pillars. The first one is the infrastructure modernization. As part of our capital program, we are aiming to develop new infrastructure for irrigation across the kingdom, taking in consideration the utilization of the TSE as one of the major water stream to supply the agriculture sector. Not only that, but also taking in consideration the demand of the rural and industrial sector to support the mining, energy sector, and other sectors located inside the cities. The second pillar is the enhancing the water qualities. We are investing a lot, and we do have a major program to construct labs, procure mobile lab, and operating all of that as part of each new infrastructure built utilizing the TSE. You know, the TSE and the manipulation with the TSE water requires a robust and strong monitoring system, ensuring the water is safe and taking in consideration all the parameters of the water are met as per the specification. The third one is the one related to the water management and the side of the demand, or the demand management from the farmer part, or from the farmer perspective. We worked on building platforms to ensure the water allocation for the farmers are based on scientific parameters, agreed scientific parameters, taking in consideration the weather, the type of the soil, the type of the crops, and the season in the year. The fourth one is adopting the climate change, which I do believe the tendency in the region that anticipate extreme events in the Middle East, where our system has to adopt all of these changes in the climate. We started our strategy developing linkage with the National Center of Meteorology to exchange the information of the weather and the anticipated and forecasted climate in the kingdom. The fifth one is the innovative policies. We embrace the new technology transformation, the Internet of Things, remote sensing, utilizing the satellites for the sake of anticipating the water demand, monitoring the water consumption, taking in consideration the rare resources in the kingdom as it is located in arid region. And overall, the objective of the strategy is optimizing the water allocation, not only for the agriculture, but also taking in consideration other sectors, agriculture, energy sector, and industrial. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Mohammed. This is very enlightening. My next question goes to Dr. Thomas. Thomas, Aqua grew from a local desalination company into a global power in renewable energy and in water desalination. And you have been always very competitive in the water desalination sector, and you managed to be the lowest cost producer in many projects around the world. But this landscape is changing and there is more competition. How are you planning to maintain your leadership in this sector through innovation?
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me here. Thank you for this question. So Aqua Power's journey is very interesting to watch, from a startup to an almost $100 billion company today. And from day one, which I have seen the journey from day one, and I can say even the first 5 people had already innovation in the DNA. And this was very critical for the success of the company. And basically what we have implemented at an early stage was our operation model as open innovation in lot of collaboration with the innovation ecosystem, which existed only partly at this time, but still I think we contributed as much we could to build and boost it. Our partnership model, leveraging partnerships, was the key. We tried always to bring the right partners and work with them on innovation projects rather than to do everything by ourselves. So the innovation spirit on the open innovation and ecosystem spirit was right from the beginning. But we also understood that we should not just follow what has been done in the past, and we challenged basically legacy thinking, and we embraced change and all the challenges which came with change. And so we turned every stone when we thought about how to cause a paradigm shift and redesigning of technologies. There was a good success story on the way with changing different elements which were just copied from previous projects. We always looked in a holistic view on the project development. It's not only the technology really, it's really how you integrate it. It has a lot to do with the execution, and it has also, of course, to do how to combine the thinking from the design through the execution and mirror that into the operation. So our approach was always not in departmental view, it was always a holistic view on the entire chain from seawater to product water and to the execution. But one of the things we also started very early is to think about what are the people, the kind of people we need. And so it was not like the beauty contest who has the most famous PhD degree. It was really, we need people who have energy, who have curiosity, and who wants to work in a team and really share from the beginning and create a kind of thinking style that everybody will benefit from it. We have a continuous hackathon, if you like, in every project where we form teams and try to find out how we can go the next step in the next project. So talent is a key component of it. And we also need to watch in our technology radar, we need to watch what's going on, what is the new ways the plant should consider. We try to avoid the buzzwords and try to think through what does it really mean, because if you follow the buzzwords, for example, currently probably the biggest buzzword is AI, but it costs you a lot of money if you do everything what people tell you can do. So you need to be very forensic and look into it where you really can create value. Because our model ends up with, we only do projects where we can create an impact. So impact is for us the main result we need. We have a kind of sense of urgency because we are bidding on projects. Competitors, as Dr. Basel say, are not sleeping. They are equally fast on the way. So you always need to try to be one step ahead, and this requires a continuous focus, but not only focus, also prioritization, what you really do. We have limited resources. We are a very transactional company, so limited resources, you need to be extremely focused and extremely fast that you can always accomplish in the next round and the next round to stay ahead of the curve. So I think that's, in a nutshell, several key components which are part of it, what we're trying to do.
Thank you, Thomas. My next question is for Engineer Tariq. Now, historically, Saudi Arabia managed to reduce the cost of desalinated water. Over the past 70 years, we managed in Saudi Arabia to reduce the cost of desalination substantially. So, and that was done through procurement and through competitive bidding for projects. So the entire world had to innovate and had to push the envelope to reduce the cost of desalination. And where we're at now is extremely competitive. And I arguably say that Saudi Arabia takes a lot of credit for reducing the cost of desalination for the rest of the world. Now, as SWA, and considering the new targets for the cost of desalination through innovation and localizing the innovations that are produced while we continue reducing the cost of desalination. Do you have a roadmap for reducing the cost of desalination by another 50% over the next 15 years?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So I'm very pleased to be here today to explain what Saudi Water Authority, and thanks for your question, Dr. Basil. It's just partial of what we do. At the Saudi Water Authority, we focus on the whole value chain. So today we look into the production side, we look into the transmission, we look into distribution, wastewater and reuse in many different aspects, and how we can oversight it in a way to enable more innovative ideas. But going back to your questions about desalination, I think the maturity level of the water sector in the kingdom is very high, and we can see it increasing time by time. So in terms of R&D, what we have done so far, we've put a strategic approach on how we can enable the innovative ideas or the R&D activities. We have put a link between the academic level all the way to the industrial level, and then linking it back to the incubators in the kingdom and worldwide. For desalination, if you look into the history of the cost, especially when we look into power consumption consists of approximately 60 to 65% of the OPEX cost associated with the desalination, with the production. And that depends heavily on the TDS level in the water. The higher the TDS, the more intense you will be in terms of pumping or utilizing the high pressure pumps, which means more power. So we were able to reduce the power consumption all the way for the big plants to 2.7 contractually. And some of our current plants, we have successfully achieved around 2.35, and thanks to the team who has been putting the effort. And not only that, now we have opened the doors for the private sector as well to reduce their power consumption and adopt the terminology of how we can adopt the latest technologies worldwide. Yet, 2 years ago, when we started to announce our ambition, led by His Excellency, the President of Saudi Water Authority, on how we can reduce the power consumptions and so on, there was a lot of resistance, like any type of industry. But with time now, we see Singapore has already announced in 2025 they will reach to 2.5 kilowatt per meter cubic. In terms of CapEx, we have done a lot of intensive work in terms of engineering work. When I say engineering work, that starts from the basic engineering all the way to the detailed engineering. What it means is we worked very closely with the manufacturer to understand what is the latest technology that they can implement in a commercial scale to be adopted in our field. And we were able to definitely optimize the engineering, which has impacted dramatically into the capital cost. Not only that, we were able to introduce a lot of local EPC contractor. Back in the days, it was very rare to see Saudi contractors going after mega projects. When I say mega and capital project, these projects we're talking about 2 billion plus Saudi riyal. And we were successful to introduce around 6 new Saudi contractors. Some of them started to do all the development internally in the kingdom. So that's part of the production, just to scan all the chain down the road. We have looked into many different technology into the transmission. and how we can implement the right construction into it. Because you have always the manufacturer who, or the manufacturer who supplies the pipeline with certain specifications. Some of these specs are not implemented 100%, so we were able to minimize this. And going down to the wastewater treatment and the downstream, we've mapped into the kingdom the most important technologies that should be adopted, and the conventional technologies as well. Depending where you are in the kingdom, we were able to identify the concept of decentralized wastewater treatment as well as the centralized. And going all the way down to the reuse, and I think it was mentioned by the president of SIO, there is a lot of work that we do side by side with them, especially in how can we treat the water efficiently for the use of agriculture, and how can we reserve it longer time. So instead of having it in 1 or 2 days, we've put a plan now to increase it, and of course we're working with their expertise side by side in general. This is just a brief on the whole water sector and what we think.
Thank you very much. What you described, Engineer Tariq, is an optimization of the CapEx and OpEx of the water value chain, which is starting from desalination all the way to the distribution. And this is definitely innovative business practice. My question is about innovative technologies. Do you have any plans for scouting and adapting and deploying new technologies in Saudi Arabia, and hopefully owning those technologies, developing them here, localizing them, then exporting them to the globe?
Thank you, Dr. Bassel. So when we look into the R&D activities and the adoption readiness of the technologies, we have put a systematic approach rather than just a committee where they sit and pick and choose what they need. We put it in a systematic way where we look into 3 things. The first thing is the number of citations worldwide, the number of IPs, and the number of publications associated with any technologies. And you can look into this in a funnel way. What I mean by that, in a very high perspective, all the way to a narrow perspective. How is that has helped us in the kingdom? We were able to identify where the new technologies are being driven worldwide. So from that, we were able to identify which of them are fit best to our needs. And once those are identified, we start looking into them and investing into them. We have multiple ways of investment when we look into the technology. And that depends on the TRL level, technology readiness level. So if it starts from 1 to 3, we work it very closely with universities. So we give them the time to look into applied research that is of a concern of the industry. And then higher TRL level, we start to work it very closely with the stakeholder. And the stakeholder means the operational companies. And what we do with them, we try to prove it. And once it's proved, Watira is the R&D arm of Saudi Water Authority. So once there is a technology that has been tested fully, we certify this company to be eligible to participate in any tender that the stakeholder put in the market. Not only that, we put them in a program for localizations. And that depends on the interest of the stakeholder. The higher the interest, the more push we will put into the technology. And sometimes we look into a very important vertical in terms of innovation. It's not only about new ideas, because you can look into a sector or an operational company that is not adopting the latest innovative commercial technologies. So we encourage them and we show them the roadmap for it so they can adopt it. And some of the operation company, the maturity level is high that we need to innovate new ideas that is not being introduced to the commercial market. So once we identify this vertical, we were able to segregate and understand the readiness level of adoption between different stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In 3 minutes, we have 3 more questions. So I go back to you, Dr. Omar. Now, this morning you listened to the new missions, which is to increase the food self-sufficiency to 50%, while at the same time reducing underground water withdrawals by 90%. And these look like conflicting missions. So how are you planning to deal with this challenge?
Let me start with that. I believe these are coming from 2 concepts, sustainability and security, either water security or a food security. Is this possible? Yes, it is. How confident I am, why I'm saying that, it's all completely depend on what Engineer Tariq have said, Engineer Muhammad, and our friend what they mentioned, is development and advancement. Let me return back to the concept, how we operate and setting the right policy for the kingdom. We look on desalinated water or desalinated brackish water plus treated sewage effluent as a renewable, sustainable water source. This concept makes a big difference in the whole story. It is add a significant amount of water to the national water balance, water budget balance. You might come to me, this is a theory. No, it's not theoretical. We have a big plans already on the table. One of them is the National Water Program is optimization of renewable water resources. And when we talk about renewable water resources, it's part of it, integral part of it is treated sewage effluent plus the desalinated water. Additionally, there is the real renewable one in the traditional definition that the whole world knowing about, which is surface water. The kingdom have a plan to build an additional 1,000 dams. And this is mainly, big portion of it will go for food production. That's in one direction. Additional to that, we have already started the construction of 40-hectare pilot farm with the main target to assess based on a farm scale the added value of using desalinated water in agriculture. And this project is right now under construction in El Leaf in the Red Coast. That's it from the water side. There is a plenty of offer and work already in place to reduce the food waste. And this is a very critical component. A big percentage can reach up to 50 to 60% of food are ended as a waste. And working on that direction, that will help balancing the overall equation. So the whole idea is the balance based on availability and how do we see our resources and how we appreciate it and how we can handle it and have the right target for it. And I wanna use this opportunity just to mention, before this one I was in another workshop talking about a very interesting study which is called Assessment of Total Economic Value of Water in the Kingdom from all resources to all users. And this study aimed specifically to try to value the total economic return from water use by the different sectors in the kingdom toward an efficient allocation of the limited water resources toward meeting national target, including food security. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I go back to Engineer Muhammad. Now, SIO is concerned with utilizing treated wastewater for agriculture. So if you're successful at doing that, you are already reducing withdrawals of underground water by at least 25%. Can you give us examples of policies and innovations that you are planning to deploy to achieve this target?
Well, let me shed the light on the National Water Strategy objectives. The objectives of the water supply and agriculture and the conservative scenario have highlighted the following. In 2016, which considered the base year, the consumption in the agriculture was 21.2 billion cubic meter. That quantity needed to be reduced to 11.2. That reduction in the water consumption in agriculture, taking in consideration 19 billion cubic meter is from non-renewable underground water in 2016, to reduce it to around 6.6 billion cubic meter in 2030. This huge reduction requires policies, regulations, and guidelines, in addition to exploring and new infrastructure to utilize the renewable water resources from surface water, renewable groundwater, and the TSE. So what we have done to achieve that objective by 2030, we have built a portfolio to increase the utilization of the TSE in agriculture to reach 75% of reuse by 2030, from 16% in 2016. If we convert that in quantities, increasing the TSE reuse from 200,000 in 2016 up to daily, up to 4 million cubic meter per day in 2030. We have built a portfolio of $2 billion to construct greenfield infrastructure for TSE reuse, supplying the agriculture, in addition to the parks and rural demand in the cities. From the point of view of policies and regulation, I think what we have done with the Deputy Minister of Water is great. We have established one of the strongest regulation for the TSE reuse, taking into consideration the parameters, limits, the qualities, in addition to the TDS limit provided in that TSE mix. And the awareness side, I think we worked and investing in more than 25 demonstration farms. We selected the major farmers who influence the sector, and we have invested in their farms, bringing new technologies, developing small infrastructure in their farms for the sake of allowing the neighbors and the farmers in the areas to see how the farms should be managed, ensuring the optimization and the water utilization. And the back in the policies and regulation, I think what we have discussed on last Friday, we are working with the FAO and developing the Saudi Irrigation Code, taking in consideration the new technologies in the world and the best practices in managing farms, in addition to increasing the irrigation efficiency from 55 in 2016 to reach 75 by 2030. We anticipate to publicize this Saudi Irrigation Code by the first quarter of 2025 as a guideline, then to gradually force it after the coordination with the parties from all the stakeholders. From the innovation side, I think what we have or what we are working currently with the Research and Development Center in King Fahd University and other institutes, and developing the satellite remote sensing platform to forecast the water demand in the agriculture will, inshallah, achieve the goal of utilizing the water in a right manner. Generally, these drivers will ensure, inshallah, and will achieve the national water strategy objective of reaching more than 70% in TSE reuse, and inshallah in achieving more than 75% in the irrigation efficiency.
Thank you very much. For clarification, TSE is treated sewage effluent. So one last question for Thomas. Now Aqua is getting into a new frontier, which is green hydrogen. And when you talk about green hydrogen, then you talk about desalination, sustainable desalination, renewable energy, electrolysis, and energy storage. So without these four components and doing them sustainably, then you cannot have green hydrogen. Two of those frontiers or technologies are still emerging. They are not mature as desalination and renewable energy. So what are your plans for the technology development for energy storage at least and electrolysis?
Good question. Okay, I like the example exactly, the green hydrogen, because for me it's déjà vu for all my life in desalination before. We started at a certain technology maturity. It was like a very robust and energy-intensive technology, let's say like MSF. And then a lot of work went in, change technology, look at different technologies, reduce energy consumption, reduce chemicals. And so that's what's exactly happening now. We are building now in Saudi Arabia together with NEOM and NEA Products, the largest hydrogen project in the world with 650 tons per day. And that's a large project, but our focus is not on this project anymore. For me, as innovation, I'm looking in the future. So we are testing already since years alternative methods of hydrogen production, including alternative electrolyzers, but also different ways. Electrolysis has a certain limit, like membranes and osmotic pressure has a certain limit. Electrolyzer have a certain limit, how low you can go on energy consumption. But you can overcome this by looking at different technologies which don't have to split water molecules, which is very energy intensive. And so we're looking into that. But the key is, again, the principles are the same. It's about the integration. We need to integrate the renewable system, which has to be designed for this purpose, not for, it don't have to be designed for lowest LCOE. It has to be designed for this particular purpose, including a high capacity factor. The desalination has to produce a much purer water than normally used here in the country. There is heat in the system which can be utilized. We also have an ammonia system on the backside which has an ammonia loop. There's also heat which can be utilized. So we are looking at, as a developer, we are not looking at one particular technology and trying to develop one technology. We are looking at encouraging the faster development of all the technologies involved, finding the right pieces of the puzzle, and our strength is really the integration of the system and bringing down, at the end it's the cost of hydrogen, at the end it's the cost of ammonia, where we're really focusing on. So we have several pilot plants in operation at the moment, but according to our open innovation model, we work with other companies which have pilot plants in different parts of the world. We don't have to build and repeat everything what somebody's doing, so we are really going there, being part of what other people are doing and trying to bring the information together, to compile it in one place and try to see how we can get great new breakthroughs out of this collaboration.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Thank you very much. I think this is very hopeful. What I heard today is extremely hopeful. I think achieving the missions that we set out is achievable. I think we have the right ingredients. And as we heard this morning, that the United States decided to go to the moon and they allocated all of those resources. To us, the water scarcity is not a decision. It's an essential need that we have to work on and we have to achieve. And I've seen a lot of evidence that it can be achieved. Thank you very much.
Thank you to our panelists for this enriching discussion. Our third panel, ladies and gentlemen, will focus on transformative food policies for stronger food security, moderated by Dr. Ziad Az-Ziadi. 2 minutes to take the chairs out and we'll be back. For our third panel that focuses on transformative food policies for stronger food security, Dr. Ziad Al-Ziyadi. This session will feature key experts. Our panelists, Engineer Ahmed Saleh Al-Khamshi, Dr. Mohammed Al-Amri, and Engineer Badr Al-Hujan.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أيها الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. محدثكم دكتور زياد بن عبد الله الزيدي، مدير عام الشراكات وبناء القدرات في وزارة البيئة والمياه والزراعة. يشرفني أن أرحب بكم جميعا في هذه الجلسة المميزة إن شاء الله التي ستقام ضمن فعاليات أسبوع الابتكار في الاستدامة. تحمل جلستنا اليوم عنوان سياسات غذائية تحولية لتعزيز الأمن الغذائي، والتي تأتي في وقت يتزايد فيه الاهتمام العالمي بقضايا الأمن الغذائي المستدام. ويسرنا أن نستضيف جلستنا هذه خبيرين بارزين محلياً في الإنتاج الزراعي والأمن الغذائي وسياساتهما التشريعية والتنظيمية. ضيفنا الأول هو سعادة الدكتور سليمان الخطيب، وكيل الوزارة مساعد للشؤون الزراعة بوزارة البيئة والمياه والزراعة. حياك الله دكتور.
حياك الله.
ضيفنا الثاني هو سعادة الدكتور محمد العمري، نائب المحافظ للشؤون التنظيمية بالهيئة العامة للأمن الغذائي. شكرا لكم سعادة الضيوف على تشريفنا اليوم. أعزائي الحضور، إن تحقيق الأمن الغذائي في ظل التغيرات المناخية وندرة الموارد وارتفاع الطلب العالمي يمثل أحد أكبر التحديات التي تواجه العالم اليوم. ومن هذا المنطلق تهدف جلستنا اليوم إلى النقاش حول 4 أمور: تسليط الضوء على مفهوم السياسات الغذائية التحولية، مناقشة أبرز التحديات التي تواجه الأمن الغذائي، استعراض الاستراتيجيات الناجحة لتحقيق الأمن الغذائي المستدام، وطرح حلول عملية لتعزيز الاستهلاك المسؤول والحد من الهدر الغذائي. لذلك نتطلع اليوم إلى الاستفادة من خبرات ضيوفنا الكرام ومشاركاتهم القيمة، ونتمنى تكون جلسة حافلة بالنقاشات. ودي أبدأ معك دكتور سليمان، بس ما المقصود بالسياسات الغذائية التحولية؟ عشان نعطي بس اوفر فيو، ما المقصود بالسياسات الغذائية التحولية وكيف تختلف عن السياسات التقليدية؟
في الأول شكرا دكتور زياد على هذه الاستضافة، وشكرا للحضور. خليني أتكلم عن التقليدي وبعدين أرجيك للسياسات التحولية. اليوم حنا كنا في الأول أهم الدول هي قضية الاكتفاء الذاتي، وأن تكتفي كل دولة بما يحقق أمنها. ثم بعد ذلك وجدوا بأن مثل هذا المصطلح قد يسحب إلى مصادر طبيعية وتدمير وعدم استدامة وغيرها، فانتقلوا من قضية الاكتفاء الذاتي إلى الأمن الغذائي. وأنا بترك الدكتور محمد الحديث عن هذا الموضوع، وأصبح المفهوم مفهوم الأمن الغذائي، لكن ما زال مطروح، ما زال يناقش موضوع الاكتفاء الذاتي كجزء، لكن في ظل الاستدامة. مؤخرا تم مصطلح الأنظمة الغذائية أو بمفهوم النظام الغذائي. وإذا نظرنا إلى موضوع التحول في السياسات، هذا هو التحول إلى الأنظمة الغذائية بدلا من الأمن الغذائي، بدلا من الاكتفاء الذاتي. لكن كل المصطلحات موجودة، يعني داخل الأنظمة الغذائية هناك الاكتفاء الذاتي. الأمن الغذائي أيضا هو مضمن ضمن الفود سيستم، ما يطلق عليه الفود سيستم. وإذا جئنا إلى النظام الغذائي والتحول إلى أنظمة غذائية غالبا تكون مرنة ومستدامة وأيضا انوفيتيف، فيها ابتكار، فنحن نتكلم عن سلسلة إمداد ما قبل الإنتاج في الحقل حتى الاستهلاك والاستفادة من المخلفات. هذا ما نسميه الفود سيستم. حتى أستطيع أن أفرق بينه وبين الأمن الغذائي. الأمن الغذائي هو يؤمن لك الغذاء وفرته، لكن لا يتطرق كثيرا إلى قضية الكونسامشن باترن اللي هو الاستهلاك، نمط الاستهلاك وأنماط الاستهلاك والتفضيل، لا، لكن لما نتكلم عن الأنظمة الغذائية فإحنا نتكلم عن هذا المفهوم بشكل أساسي. حاليا في المملكة عملنا احنا ورشتين عمل خاصة بالتحول الأنظمة الغذائية، وأيضا كان هناك أكثر من مؤتمر للأمم المتحدة لهذا الموضوع يتعلق بهذا الموضوع أساسا، لأن الآن اعتماد الدول كلها على تحقيق أنظمة غذائية مرنة مستدامة ومبتكرة تحقق لنا الأمن الغذائي وتحوي جزء من الاكتفاء الذاتي لبعض السلع ذات الميزة النسبية دون المساس بمصادرنا الطبيعية، دون المساس بتفضيلاتنا الغذائية، بدون المساس بنمطنا الاجتماعي، لأن أيضا هذا داخل في موضوع الأنظمة الغذائية. وخلينا نعطي مثال على هذا حتى يتضح الموضوع بشكل أساسي. معظم إنتاجنا الغذاء يأتي من المناطق الريفية بشكل أساسي، والمناطق الريفية عندها نمط اجتماعي وموروث اجتماعي سواء كان زراعي أو غذائي أو نمط استهلاكي، ومن المفترض أن نحافظ على هذا النمط أن لا يتغير، لأنه عبر مئات السنين أو آلاف السنين ما زال هذا النمط موجود بنفس طريقته بنفس أسلوبه يتوارث من جيل إلى جيل، وهو الذي حافظ على الثروة الإنتاجية الزراعية على مستوى العالم، سواء كان في المملكة كما هو مناطق الجنوب الغربي في المدرجات الزراعية، أو في الواحات مثل واحة الأحساء والعلا أو يبرين أو غيرها، أو في الأنماط المفتوحة حاليا مثل المناطق الزراعية المتقدمة في الجوف ومزارع الزيتون أو مزارع النخيل الواسعة اللي تغيرت من نمط ريفي بسيط إلى نمط استثماري زراعي منتج بكميات كبيرة.
جميل دكتور، يعني معناته الآن إذا هناك احتياج إلى سن سياسات تحولية في القطاع الغذائي والزراعي، هل ترى أنه الأفضل أن توجه السياسات تجاه المزارعين الأفراد أو القطاع التجاري؟
أنا أظن أن لا يمكن بناء أنظمة غذائية بدون مرنة وتحول في الأنظمة الغذائية بدون إشراك كل أصحاب المصلحة. وعندما نتطرق لمثل هذا الموضوع فإحنا نعتبر أن المزارع هو اللبنة، القطاع التجاري هو الذي يقود، ولن نستطيع أن نصل بدون أن نحن نشرك كلا القطاعين. وخليني أنا أعطيك مثال عندنا مثلا في المملكة، عندما أردنا أن نحرك مثلا سلعة من السلع مثل اللحوم البيضاء واللي الآن هي أكثر استهلاكا، كنا في 2015 ننتج في حدود 700-650 ألف طن من الدواجن. اليوم احنا نتكلم عن ما يقارب من 1,100,000 طن، almost يعني زيادة بنسبة. كان عندنا نسبة اكتفاء ذاتي مع عدد سكان أقل في حدود 42، وكان وضعنا تارجت ان احنا نصل في 2030 إلى 60%. وكان أذكر كانت ورشة عمل، وكان أحد المتحدثين يقول يستحيل ان احنا نستطيع ان نصل، والله ما انساها، يقول يستحيل ان احنا نصل الى هذه النسبة. اليوم احنا نتكلم عن اكتفاء ذاتي، ورجعت للاكتفاء الذاتي
صحيح،
اكتفاء ذاتي بنسبة 70% من الدواجن، من لحوم الدواجن، وأصبح جزء رئيسي من غذائنا احنا. عودا على المزارع، اليوم تقهويت انت صحيح دكتور زياد؟ صحيت الصباح يمكن وقلت للأهل شكرا على هالقهوة الزينة والطيبة، لكن الحقيقة ترى اللي مسيكين اللي زرع لك كلب وحوصلها لك مو ولما نروح إلى ندخل مطعم، والله ندخل مطعم وناكل ذاك الستيك وتقول والله تستمتع بهذا الستيك، وهو مساكين جندي جالس يربي في الحقل. فترة طويلة حتى استطاع أن يصل لك مثل هذا الغذاء. فالجندي الحقيقي في الفود سكيورتي، اسمح لي دكتور محمد.
لا خذ راحتك.
الجندي الحقيقي في الفود سكيورتي وفي النظام الغذائي هو المزارع، ولذلك قضية الابتعاد عنها أنا أظنها يعني هي مجازفة لا يمكن أن تحقق لنا مستقبل.
يعطيك العافية دكتور، شكرا جزيلا على هذا التوضيح. أنا ودي بس أستفيد مما ذكرته فيه خصوصا الأمن الغذائي وأتوجه للسؤال لسعادة النائب المحافظ. دكتور، ما هي استراتيجيتها العامة للأمن الغذائي؟ الهيئة تعتبر واحدة من الهيئات الجديدة في المملكة، فما هي الاستراتيجية العامة للأمن الغذائي لاستدامة قطاع الغذاء، وما هي أهم ركائز هذه الاستراتيجية؟
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين. الحقيقة الدولة رعاها الله استشعرت أهمية الأمن الغذائي مبكرا، فأقرت الاستراتيجية العامة للأمن الغذائي في تقريبا منتصف 2018. تستند هذه الاستراتيجية على الحالتين، الحالة المستقرة والحالة الطارئة، ولها 5 أهداف استراتيجية. الهدف الأول الحقيقة هو تحقيق نظام إنتاج غذائي محلي يعتمد على السلع الغذائية التفاضلية، أيضا تحقيق نظام يساعد على تنوع واستقرار مصادر الغذاء المستورد. كما تعلمون يعني نسبة الأغذية المستوردة تزيد عن 75 إلى 80%، فبالتالي تنوع واستقرار هذا المصدر مهم جدا في منظومة الأمن الغذائي. النقطة الثالثة هي ضمان إمكانية توفر أغذية غذائية وسليمة وصحية، ومساعدة وتعزيز نمط الاستهلاك الغذائي السليم بين أفراد المجتمع. النقطة الرابعة هي أن يكون للهيئة استعدادات وجاهزية في مواجهة حالات الطوارئ التي قد تتعلق بمنظومة الأمن الغذائي لا سمح الله، كما حصل في الأزمات السابقة في الثلاث 4 سنوات السابقة. نظام أيضا يكون هناك حوكمة لإجراءات منظومة الأمن الغذائي ودعم القدرات. هذه تقريبا الأهداف الاستراتيجية لاستراتيجية الأمن الغذائي. انبثق منها 14 برنامج أو مبادرة تعمل عليها مختلف الجهات ومن ضمنها هيئة الأمن الغذائي. تقريبا 60% من هذه المبادرات أو البرامج أوشكت على الانتهاء أو في مراحل التنفيذ المتأخرة منها، الحمد لله.
ما شاء الله تبارك الله دكتور. ودي بس يمكن نحن اليوم كان في ثيم خلال افتتاح هذا المؤتمر، كان في ثيم كبير حول الشراكات. أنا ودي تقدر يعني تكلمنا عن تعزيز التعاون بين القطاع العام والخاص ودور الهيئة في هذا المجال.
الحقيقة لا ينفصل اهتمام الدولة رعاها الله بالقطاع الخاص عن القطاع العام. تعلمون جميعا أن القطاع الخاص هو المستورد والمخزن والمسوق للسلع الغذائية الكثيرة في المملكة باستثناء القمح طبعا. فبالتالي الهيئة ستعمل إن شاء الله قريبا على التعاون مع القطاع الخاص في تحقيق وضمان وجود مخزونات استراتيجية كافية من السلع الغذائية الأساسية في مواجهة الحالات المستقرة ومواجهة حالة الطوارئ لا سمح الله، سواء في سلاسل الإمداد المختلفة أو في صعوبات من قبل الموردين أو الدول المنتجة. أيضا الهيئة تعمل على تحفيز القطاع الخاص لضخ استثمارات كبيرة في ما يخص مرافق الخزن الاستراتيجي للسلع الغذائية الأساسية. تعمل الهيئة على تذليل أي صعوبات قد تواجه مستوردي السلع الغذائية الأساسية في القطاع الخاص، سواء في سلاسل الإمداد أو في منافذ البيع أو غيرها، بحكم علاقاتها مع الجهات الحكومية المعنية. برضو الهيئة توفر من خلال برنامج الإنذار المبكر حجم معلومات استراتيجية وحساسة للقطاع الخاص في عن أوضاع الأسواق العالمية والمحلية، وأيضا أي معوقات قد تكون موجودة خلال سلاسل الإمداد المختلفة. هذه تقريبا أبرز أوجه التعاون التي يفترض أن تقوم بها وتعمل عليها الهيئة الآن مع القطاع الخاص.
يعطيك العافية دكتور محمد. ودي بس أسألك الآن، احنا تكلمنا عنه في مجموعة من الأنشطة اللي قمتوا فيها ومجموعة من المبادرات اللي أطلقتها الهيئة وأغلبها خلص. إذا ممكن بس تكلمنا عن بعض المؤشرات اللي تعتمدونها لقياس التقدم في هذه الأنشطة.
في موضوع الأمن الغذائي؟
في موضوع المبادرات اللي أطلقتها هيئة الأمن الغذائي.
طبعا فيه مؤشر خاص الإيكونومست خاص بمؤشر الأمن الغذائي. هذا نعمل على رفع مستوى المملكة في هذا المؤشر. هذه واحدة من المهام اللي تعمل عليها الهيئة، وإن كان لنا تحفظ حقيقة على هذا المؤشر، لأن يعني من الأسباب اللي وضعتها في التقييم أسباب أحيانا نرى من وجهة نظرنا أنها أحيانا ما هي واقعية يعني. والدليل يعني المملكة في مؤشر الأمن الغذائي لعام 22 ترتيبها 41، بينما دول منتجة ومتقدمة في موضوع الأمن الغذائي كروسيا والبرازيل والأرجنتين وغيرها من الدول هي في مواقع متأخرة عن المملكة يعني. فطبعا المعايير مختلفة في هذا المؤشر هي اللي يعني جعلتنا في هذا التقييم، وإن شاء الله نعمل عليها. طبعا من ضمنها أنه بعض الأغذية الموجودة في المملكة فيها نقص في فيتامين A، وفيها نقص في عنصر الزنك. أيضا مساهمة المرأة في المجال الزراعي تظل متدنية، ارتفاع درجات الحرارة والظروف المناخية الصعبة وندرة المياه، كل هذه العوامل هي من ضمن المعايير الموجودة في هذا المؤشر. فبإذن الله نعمل على تلافي هذه النقاط إن شاء الله ورفع مستوى المملكة في هذا المؤشر. بالمناسبة برضو موضوع مؤشر وفرة السلع هو الأساس بالنسبة لنا في المملكة للتحقق من مدى توفر السلع الاستراتيجية الأساسية في الحالات المستقرة وفي الحالات الطارئة لا سمح الله.
جميل. مؤشر وفرة السلع دكتور طبعا هو شراكة ما بين الهيئة الأمن الغذائي
والقطاع الخاص، وطبعا تشرف عليه لجنة برئاسة معالي الوزير اسمها لجنة الوفرة،
ومجموعة البيانات اللي تطلع تنشر بشكل دوري، صحيح ولا لا؟
نعم، في تقارير يومية وأسبوعية وربع سنوية ترفع إلى المقام السامي.
جميل ما شاء الله. طيب أنا ودي أرجع بس لسعادة الكلمة سعادة. دكتور سليمان، يمكن قبل شوي تكلمنا عن موضوع ضرورة النظر بشكل كامل للفاليو تشين في القطاع الزراعي، من المدخلات إلى المخرجات إلى الإنتاج العمليات كلها. وأنا أعرف أنه يعني تقريبا ممداكم أطلقتوا استراتيجية الزراعة الوطنية. ودي أعرف ما هي السياسات الموجودة في استراتيجية الزراعة لدعم جزئية المدخلات في القطاع الزراعي ومعالجة المخرجات أو النفايات الزراعية. هل أنتم تعتمدون طرق تقليدية متبعة من المزارعين ولا يعني you're looking for innovation in those aspects؟
كويس يعني انك رجعت للانوفيشن.
ايوه
رجعت ميدانكم. خليني انا اقول لك، شوف المحرك الاساسي في اي قطاع تريد ان تحركه قضيه الفند.
صحيح.
تمام، الاستثمار وعمليه الفند. اذا استثمرت فيه بطريقه صح من الممكن ان تصل الى مستهدفاتك، ما استثمرت في النهايه. وخلينا نتكلم بلغة الأرقام. اليوم حنا ننتج 11 مليون طن تنتج محليا داخل المملكة. كان في 2014 أتوقع كان الجي دي بي اللي هو الناتج المحلي الإجمالي للمملكة أو مساهمة القطاع الزراعي في الناتج المحلي الإجمالي للمملكة في حدود 65 مليار. اليوم حنا نتكلم عن 108 مليار في 2023، نسبة النمو 65%. الغريب أن المساحة نقصت، أن المساحة الزراعية نقصت ما زادت، بس كمية الإنتاج زاد، مساهمة القطاع الزراعي في الناتج المحلي الإجمالي زاد وتضاعف، يعني almost 65% نصل إلى 70%. فمعناه بأن هناك شيء تم إدخاله، قطاع تم إدخاله، وهو قطاع الابتكار.
صحيح.
بدأنا نتجه إلى استخدام التقنيات الحديثة. بالأمس كنا نعتمد في الإنتاج، وسأعطي مثال على ذلك. كنا نعتمد على إنتاج الخضار مثلا على سبيل المثال في الأراضي المكشوفة والزراعات المفتوحة. اليوم معظم اعتمادنا على البيوت المحمية، وصل إنتاجنا من البيوت المحمية ما يقارب 700 ألف طن من الخضار. هذا يفي بمتطلبات كبيرة جدا من المملكة. فإذا أردنا أن ننظر إلى الموضوع بهذه الصورة فإحنا نتكلم عن طيب تأتي إلى قضية الدعم، وكيف الوزارة تستطيع أن توجه الدعم للقطاعات اللي تحتاجها القطاع الإنتاجي أو يحتاجها المستهلك في المملكة. نريد أن نسد حاجتنا من هذا القطاع عبر القروض الميسرة التي تدفعها صندوق التنمية الزراعي. الصندوق يوجه إلى قطاع من القطاعات لكي نستطيع أن نفي بمتطلباتنا، وبالتالي يزداد عملية الإنتاج. يأخذ وقت حتى نستطيع أن نرى، لكن كل ما تراه من استثمارات أو من تطور في قطاعات مثل البيوت المحمية كان من أولويات الإقراض في الصندوق في فترة من الفترات. البيوت المحمية المتطورة، البيوت المحمية، حتى وصلنا إلى هذا المستوى. كان في فترة من الفترات القطاع الاستثماري الأكثر إقراضاً هو الدواجن، وبالتالي وصلنا إلى حد 70%، اللي كان الزميل يتكلم في تلك الندوة يقول مستحيل أن احنا نصل إلى 60 في 2030. احنا نتكلم اليوم عن 2024 حققنا أعلى من 70%، أعلى من الهدف، وبالتالي هي المحرك. الثاني هي قضية دخول الاستثمارات، وهي الاستقرار، توفير الممكنات. واحد من الأدوات اللي استخدمتها الوزارة في دعم الاستثمار هي قضية تأجير الأراضي بأسعار رمزية. يكاد من الأفضل للمستثمر أنه يؤجر هذه الأرض بهذا السعر الرمزي من أن يضع جزء من الكابكس، جزء من رأس المال في قيمة لهذه الأرض. بالتالي يستطيع أن يوسع مشروعه بنطاق أكبر ويوسع بطريقة أفضل. لكن في ظل كل هذا التوجه لسان حالنا يقول بأن الاستدامة مهمة جدا في هذا القطاع، سواء على مستوى الدعم، يعني لا أريد أن أبدأ دعما مثل إقراض مع ذلك يوقف. أريد هذا الدعم مستمر للقطاع الزراعي لكنه استثمار موجه. أريد عملية التوسع في القطاعات بما يفي بمتطلباتنا احنا في المملكة في قضية الأمن الغذائي وسد حاجة جزء من حاجتنا في الأمن الغذائي. التوجه إلى السلع التي تساهم بشكل أكبر في الناتج المحلي الإجمالي، وأيضا تساهم بشكل كبير في عملية العجز في الميزان التجاري بالذات الزراعي. أنا أتكلم عن الزراعي، وبالتالي بدأنا يعني closing the gaps اللي هو نسد الفجوات الموجودة في مثل هذه القطاعات بشكل أساسي. في النهاية سنصل إلى بناء نظام غذائي مستدام مرن ومبتكر ويعتمد على الابتكار أنا أظن أن حاليا هناك بعض القطاعات التي تحتاج إلى تطوير، ومثلا إلى الآن ما زلنا نعتمد على الاستيراد مثلا في اللحوم الحمراء بشكل كبير جدا، ولذلك واحد من الأولويات حاليا لصندوق التنمية هي قضية التربية المكثفة للحوم الحمراء اللي هو لللايف ستوك بشكل أساسي.
شفنا أكثر من شركة
الأغنام
برامجها. صحيح.
طبعا لماذا اتجهنا إلى التربية المكثفة ولم نتجه إلى فقط تربية اللايف ستوك أو الماشية بشكل أساسي، الأغنام والإبل والبقر؟ السبب بأن لا توجد عندنا أصلا مراعي، أو سنحتاج إلى أعلاف خضراء لكي نستطيع أن نمدها إذا كانت ترعى. وتوجهنا هذا التوجه لهذا السبب، فما يصير لسان حالنا أن احنا نستهلك كل ما عندنا من ماء ويصير كأنه كالمنبت، لا أرضا قطع ولا ظهرا أبقى. اللي هو المجتهد بالمسير، هذا اللي عنده دابة ضعيفة وجار عليها في المشي، له اللي وصل بوجهته وله وماتت دابته.
صحيح.
فبيصير نعم، فبيصير حالنا مثل هذا المثل. وإذا لم يكن معنا أحد من اسمه سعد نكون كقول القائل أوردها سعد وسعد مشتمل، ما هكذا تورد يا سعد الإبل.
طيب دكتور، طبعا أنا من كلامك استشفيت أنه أغلب هذه التوجهات كانت تبنى على رؤية للجاب الموجود، ثم تتبع سياسات تترجم لبرامج، مثلا مع صندوق التنمية الزراعي توجه فترة للإقراض في الدواجن، بعدين توجه فترة للإقراض في البيوت المحمية، والآن التوجه بيصير للإقراض للتربية المكثفة للحوم. هذا دكتور، هل هو يعني أنتم ماشيين على مخرجات الاستراتيجية الجديدة لوكالة الزراعة أو الاستراتيجية الوطنية للزراعة، ولا من رؤية القطاع والتحرك بناء عليه؟
شوف، أي استراتيجية تبنى لابد تبنى الاستراتيجية بحيث تكون مرنة تستجيب للحوادث والاحتياج الموجود.
جميل.
والمحرك الأساسي لنا ترى هيئة الأمن الغذائي، يعطونا الارم يقولون يا اخوان يلي في الزراعه ترى انتبهوا، في عندنا نقص بيكون في كذا في كذا كذا، واحنا استشفناه من خلال لجنه الوفره، وبالتالي احنا نوجه الجهود الان لكي نفي بالمتطلب اللي رفعوه لنا الاخوان. وكان في موضوع، يعني بعطي موضوع مثل موضوع البصل، لما صارت الازمه طبعا منعت مصر التصدير، منعت اليمن التصدير، منعت الهند التصدير، وهي المصادر الاساسيه على فكره واكبر منتجين للبصل على مستوى، وهم المصدرين الاساسيين. فما في حل. هيئه الامن الغذائي ارسلوا هذه المسج لنا، قالوا يا اخوان ترى بتكون عندنا ازمه. اجتمعنا مع المزارعين، ثم وضعت سياسه حاليا لكي تفي بمتطلبات سلعه مثل هذه السلع، ويمكن لم تكن سلعة استراتيجية، أظنها تصنف تحت استراتيجية دكتور محمد، لكن هي سلعة مهمة. بهذه الطريقة تتم الاستجابة. جميل. استجابة لأي طارئ. والاستراتيجية الوطنية للزراعة الآن نحن نطبقها، فيها من المرونة بحيث تستجيب لمثل هذه الخطوات أو هذا التوجيه من قبل هيئة الأمن الغذائي. انتبهوا لهذا الموضوع أنه سيأتيكم. نفس الصورة في قضية القمح، رفع الإنتاج. كنا ننتج 60,000 طن على فكرة، توقف إنتاج القمح كلية. 60,000 طن. اليوم احنا نتكلم عن مليون
و100.
نعم، مليون و100، مليون و200. هدفنا في 2030 أن يكون عندنا 1,300,000 بما يفي بمتطلباتنا في الأمن أو يسد حاجة من الحاجات في الأحوال الرفاهية، يعني بهذه الصورة.
بس وانت تتكلم دكتور يجي ببالي انه اغلب هذه البرامج الناجحه، مثل ما صار مع الدواجن، مثل ما صار مع الانتاج الزراعي، تنتج عنها وفره في الانتاج. وفره الانتاج ياتي معها الكثير من الهدر، وهذا اتوقع واحد من اختصاصات الهيئه العامه للامن الغذائي. ودنا دكتور اذا ممكن تكلمنا عن السياسات التي تدعم الاستهلاك المسؤول وتقليل الهدر الغذائي، اذا ممكن موجوده عندكم في الهيئه.
هذا البرنامج الوطني للحد من الفقد والهدر في الغذاء واحد برامج التحول الوطني ضمن رؤية المملكة 2030. هذا البرنامج أسند تنفيذه إلى الهيئة، عملت على المرحلتين الأولى والثانية، انتهت تقريبا. كانت المرحلة الأولى هي دراسة ميدانية لتحديد خط الأساس ومؤشر الفقد والهدر في المملكة العربية السعودية، والذي كان كما تعلمون جميعا 33.1%. ثم تبع المرحلة الثانية مرحلة التوعية التي انتهت مدتها 2 سنين، انتهت مؤخرا، وكان لها تفاعل وصدى كبير في المجتمع ولله الحمد. الآن احنا في المرحلة الثالثة ونعمل إن شاء الله على إعادة دراسة الميدانية لمسحية أخرى جديدة للتأكد من مستوى الإنجاز خلال ال5 سنوات الماضية منذ 2019 الدراسة الأولى إلى الآن. أيضا وضع استراتيجية وطنية للحد من الفقد والهدر تدخل ضمنها قوانين وتشريعات تنظم هذا الجانب، بحيث أنه بإذن الله نحاول أن نصل إلى الهدف المرسوم في 2030، بحيث تكون نسبة الفقد والهدر انخفضت بما يزيد عن 50% من الثلاث. يعني التوجه إن شاء الله أن نصل إلى 10% وليس 13%. المرحلة الرابعة طبعا هي معاملات كيفية الاستفادة من مخلفات الغذاء وإعادة الريسايكلينج للأغذية المفقودة والمهدورة، وأيضا إنشاء مرصد وطني يساعد على وضع مؤشرات لمستويات الفقد والهدر في المملكة.
ما شاء الله تبارك الله، بارك الله في جهودكم دكتور. بس باقي عندنا الوقت تقريبا دقيقتين، ودي أعطي الفرصة للدكتور سليمان إذا عندك دقيقة تتكلم عن الفترة الجاية كمشرع، وش أهداف الوزارة فيما يخص الاستدامة الزراعية.
طيب
دقيقة صعب، بس دقيقة دكتور.
في أقل من دقيقة. أنا سأذهب إلى الاقتصاديات عندما وبذهب إلى الانوفيشن، أساس ما تزعل علي دكتور.
طيب.
لما نذهب إلى البريك داون، تجزئة تكاليف الإنتاج، سنذهب إلى 45% للعمالة، نروح لتقريبا 20% للطاقة، 15% للمدخلات الإنتاج البذور والأسمدة والمبيدات، 15% إهلاكات مع صيانة، و5% الأخرى.
جميل.
تمام. سأخذ ال 15%. الآن أنا لو خفضت، لو القوى العاملة 45%، نسبة كبيرة جدا. لو أدخلت الآلات وأدخلت التقنيات وأوتوميتك والكذب، بخفض 20 15%، 30% من ال 45. هذا اللي الجيند باي. لكن لو رحت إلى الريسيرش ديفلوبمنت والانوفيشن وجبت لي بذرة تستطيع أن تنتج ضعف الإنتاج، أنا ضعفت إنتاجي كم؟ 100%. واضح الموضوع. عرفت كيف؟ حاليا أنا فقط استخدمت نفس الصورة في الأسمدة. 50% من الأسمدة المستخدمة حاليا مسؤولة عن، أو الأسمدة مسؤولة عن 50% من الإنتاج الزراعي. لو ما سمدوا الناس، لو ما في أسمدة حاليا، سينخفض الإنتاج بمعدل 50%. لو استطعت باي انوفيشن وريسيرش تكنولوجي، واحنا اليوم في منتدى الابتكار، اني احضر نوع من انواع الاسمده يستطيع ان يضاعف لي الانتاج، انا استطعت، او يزيد الانتاج 50%، انا استطعت ان ارفع معدلات الانتاج باكبر. تحقيق الامن الغذائي، تحقيق الفود سيستم، انظمه غذائيه مرنه، سيعتمد بشكل اساسي على ما نستثمره في الابتكار لكي نصل إلى متطلبات الإنتاج الزراعي.
شكرا جزيلا دكتور، يعطيك العافية. دكتور محمد، برضو عندك دقيقة واحدة إذا ممكن بس تعطينا ما هي توجهات الهيئة العامة للأمن الغذائي الفترة القادمة فيما يخص استدامة الأمن الغذائي في السعودية.
والله بما أن في الانوفيشن ويك، طبعا تشجيع جهود الابتكار والتطوير في السياسات الزراعية وفي مجالات التصنيع الغذائي، ودعم هذه التكنولوجيا التي تدعم وفرة وإمكانيات السلع الغذائية الأساسية. هذه كل الأشياء نعمل عليها ونسعى لدعمها يعني بكل الإمكانيات المتاحة.
يعطيك العافية دكتور.
الله يعطيكم العافية.
أعزائي الحضور، مع نهاية جلستنا اليوم أود أن نتوجه بالشكر الجزيل لضيوفنا الكرام، سعادة الدكتور سليمان الخطيب، سعادة الدكتور محمد العمري. كانت جلسة لطيفة، وشكرا لكم على مشاركاتكم القيمة وأفكاركم الثرية التي أثرت النقاش وقدمت لنا رؤى واضحة حول السياسات الغذائية التحولية وأهمية الاستدامة في تعزيز الأمن الغذائي. ختاما، نأمل أن تكون هذه الجلسة قد ألقت الضوء على الحلول العملية والاستراتيجيات اللازمة لبناء مستقبل غذائي أكثر استداما. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
عليكم السلام ورحمة الله.
شكرا دكتور.
Thank you, Engineer Ahmed Al-Khamshi, Dr. Mohammed Al-Amri, Engineer Badr, and Dr. Ziad Az-Ziyadi. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll present Sustainability R&D Outlooks. Please welcome our next speaker, Engineer Mish'al Al-Khlewi from RDIA. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure today to present to you our joint innovation outlook between the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture and the Research Authority. In brief, I'll walk you through the KSA guiding principles for RDI national focus areas. We'll talk about the mission-oriented approach to sustainability and essential needs in this sector. Also, we'll conclude with our functional interventions for RDIAs in sustainability and essential needs. So probably you have heard a lot of the sessions before me that talks about the importance of sustainability to Saudi Arabia. So the reason why it is a necessity to start developing an outlook for the nation is our realization that we are one of the G20 countries where 17 countries already launched their RDI strategies. We are, in terms of sustainability, we are facing water stress. We will be in the top 10 countries by 2040. We are also experiencing a higher temperature rise versus the global average, and we are also facing difficulties and challenges when it comes to the food production and the reliance on importing most of it. So there are 7 guiding principles that took us into developing our transformational journey in the sector of sustainability. One is the resources conservation, technology localization, self-reliance as an independent nation, accessibility and equity, circular carbon, which is a trend, resources utilization, and the quality of life and sustainable development. So how can we do this? We started in a 3-steps approach. So it's a long list that was generated by subject matter experts, people within this field. Then we clustered them into, based on their relevant international objectives with priorities. Then the priorities, the national priorities came out to be focused, where it was announced by His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, the Prime Minister, 2 years ago, that the focus of the national RDI strategy is going to be in 4 areas: health and wellness, sustainability and essential needs, which is the focus of today's presentation, energy and industry, and economies of the future. So how is the global trend as we speak in the sustainability? So there is a focus into moving towards a circular economy. It's essential to address the increased impact of climate change. Innovation waste management is a big topic within this field. Energy efficiency, rise of green products, and rise of AI in all climate aspects and sustainability. So what are the sustainability focused challenges that Saudi Arabia faces? These are the input to our innovation outlook. So in agriculture and food, only 1.6% of arable land is used as a percentage of the total area. In the water, as I mentioned, we are from the top 10 countries in terms of stress in water, and we are #1 in terms of desalination processes. In environment, we have experienced a huge percentages in decrease in the mangrove forests and also in general, especially with animals as well. So, true that we have challenges, yet we do have areas of strengths. So We do have an extensive marine ecosystem, more than 2,600 of coastline. We are the world's largest producer of desalination water. Today, we are at 11.5 million cubic meters per day, and the aim is to reach to 15 million cubic meter per day by 2030. We also have a diverse ecosystem. Saudi Arabia, in terms of geography, has all types of land usage. So, knowing our challenges, knowing our strengths, so the way to move forward is to develop a mission-focused approach. So, driving from the focus areas into missions where we identify our public bodies, our national champions, and our SMEs, we build them together, we mix them together, and we come up with national missions that serves from the public direction as well as the private sector point of view. So, in terms of sustainability, there are 7 identified missions. Some of them have been announced. The plans are already been communicated to the public. Some are still in the making. I'll go over them quickly. We will decrease the withdrawal of non-renewable energy water by 90%. This was announced earlier as well by Dr. Mohammed Al-Ataibi in the opening ceremony of today's event. Also, the plan is to reduce the cost of desalination water by 50%. We would achieve net zero emissions by 2060. We'll protect 30% of the kingdom's land. By 2035, we will develop an adaptive innovation cooling technologies, which is essential for our climate weather, by 30% by 2040. We'll develop technologies in food sustainability and food systems to achieve at least 50% of self-sufficiency by 2040. We are planning 10 billion trees across Saudi Arabia, and we are aiming to reduce the summer service temperature by 4% by 2040. So this is the outlook. These are our moonshots. These are our missions. They are target. They are in collaboration with the ecosystem. It's not the research authority only. It's the other government bodies. MIWA is one of them, as well as other entities. And, of course, the academia sector as well as the private sector are our partners. So, great. We have plans. We have missions, clear missions with clear objectives. Now, let's talk about what do we need to do in terms of intervention to assure the success of achieving the goals of these missions. One, when it comes to funding investment, the strategy will assure an adequate funding and strategic investments to achieve these goals. Human capital, although Saudi Arabia already has more than 40,000 scientists and researchers, the need to achieve these moon missions is much higher. Therefore, we are working on developing skilled workforce in the sustainability area as well as the other focus areas. Regulatory landscape, I think this topic was discussed a lot today. Most of the people attended the panels today talked about policies, the interventions from regulators, and also we heard from the private sector and their intervention to bring these policy changes into reality. The ecosystem infrastructure and supply chain, it's a necessity, especially for certain focus areas, national momentums. They require heavy investment in the infrastructure, and the strategy is working on availing required funding, required supply chain to reach that. And finally, we're approaching innovation in a way where we are doing linkages and cultural promotion. Innovation will not happen in silos. Saudi Arabia was working in silos in terms of research and development. Hence, the Research Authority came into place to break these silos and assure that there is a collaboration between the stakeholders and the main players across the value chain. I'll leave you with this slide just to show you that it's not only a plan, it's a work in progress. For those missions that we have launched, there is a strong momentum that we have observed as we speak right now. You will see big companies, big names in the private sector driving some of the national missions. SABIC, NEOM, KAUST, Aqua Power, Aramco, and all of other partners. So we will walk the talk. We are, right now, we have launched 2 missions out of the 7 missions, 9 missions in sustainability, and more to come in different events as the system matures. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Engineer Al-Khalawi. As we conclude today's program, ladies and gentlemen, I extend my deepest gratitude to everyone of the speakers, panelists, and all attendees for their contribution. Together, we are paving the way for a sustainable and innovative future. Thank you for being here. Our last panel, we will say goodbye after that. We'll explore the role of sustainability R&D in greenfield projects, moderated by Rami Boujouda. This session features thought leaders driving giga project innovations. Please welcome Mr. Rami Boujouda and his panelists, Mr. Juan Carlos Abdulaziz Al-Mikbil and Mr. Oriol Texido.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, and distinguished guests. I'm thrilled to welcome you to today's panel discussing the role of sustainability R&D in greenfield projects. As we navigate the complexity of environmental challenges, the need for innovation solution is paramount. Today, we have the privilege of hearing from leading experts driving some of the world's most ambitious giga projects in the kingdom and globally. I'm excited to host our panel today. We have with us, with 20 years of experience across the food industry worldwide, Dr. Juan Carlos Montamayor leads Topian, the Neom food company. He previously worked at global food leaders in agriculture, aquaculture, and sustainable business development roles, and has worked as a scientific advisor for governments and diverse organizations. Also with us, Mr. Oriol Texido, who has a strong expertise and passion in implementing research to promote science-based policies and effective decision-making. He has been a researcher, a government official, a consultant, and a team leader. Since 2021, he was appointed as an advisor to the World Health Organization, and since 2023, he is the Middle East Director for Ricardo, advising governments and private sector entities all over the world. During our panel, we will discuss how these projects are innovating in areas such as water management, environmental protection, and sustainable agriculture. By establishing themselves as global hubs for sustainability, these initiatives set a powerful precedent for integrating sustainability into economical growth. Thank you for joining us. Okay, we're going to start with some of our questions, dear panelists. So we'll start with you, Juan Carlos. So in your opinion, why is sustainability-focused R&D critical for giga projects like NEOM, and what drives this approach?
Okay, thank you. And first, thank you to the organizers for the invitation. It's a pleasure for me to be here this afternoon. It's a great, very well-organized event. So, as you may know, the giga projects aim to contribute to the diversification of the economy of the kingdom. And as we think on what industries should we focus to contribute to this diversification, we should consider those that are not yet fully developed yet, those that, however, we think they're going to be more and more demanded in the future, because developing new industries will take many years, right? So one of the key vision points of NEOM is to develop future-forward industries that are addressing some of the key challenges humanity is facing today. And we have talked today a lot about food security and about climate change. And people don't necessarily associate climate change with food security as much as we should. We talk a lot about the impact of climate change on increased temperatures, on floodings or drought, but we are not realizing sometimes that with each degree temperature increase, we can expect up to 7% yield losses in key crops. And what is the impact of this is that countries like the kingdom that depends on imports for key crops have to focus on developing solutions to these needs that will become more and more demanded in the future because there will be changes in regulations to address climate change. There will be changes in consumer preference to address climate change towards products, production systems that are, for example, more efficient on water use, for example. So this is why in NEOM we believe that solutions in terms of water use efficiency for food production, in terms of climate-proof agriculture, in terms of focusing on fish, which is a source of protein that when grown in the sea requires much less water than livestock, for example, is something that the kingdom should focus on, as well as alternative sources of proteins from plant-based to cell-based. So those are three key areas of focus, and the reasons I explained, these are industries that for the kingdom are strategic, but also if we can demonstrate that with our water scarcity, with our higher temperatures, we are highly productive, we are profitable, we can export these solutions to many regions in the world where we see the impact of climate change.
Very, very important, as you mentioned, the importance of bringing R&D to the local contexts, to the challenges that are faced, to really looking forward at how the world is changing and how to advance it. Oriol, if we look at the consultancy space on engineering consultancy, transforming and bringing the solutions to those giga projects. Usually, as an organization like Ricardo PLC, you provide consultancy, solution development, and execution to such mega projects. In some cases, the challenges in the context is globally new. So, as was highlighted by Juan Carlos, there is new challenges that we're facing. How does R&D play a role in such implementation, and how is it used to attain sustainable goals?
Thank you, Mr. Rami, for the question, and thank you for the organization also for hosting me. And I completely agree with Juan Carlos. We are in an environment where we have a global problem. For me, also, it's important to understand what is the individual repercussion of that one. And if you allow me, I wanted just to zoom out and step back a little bit and think, why are we here? Why are in the COP16? Why we are in the Sustainability Innovation Week? It's because many, many years ago, in 1992 in Rio, we realized that we were not walking the pathway of a sustainable future. We were not doing good to our planet. We were also not doing good to the species that live on our planet. And we were not doing good to the health of us, the population. And I believe that this is key. In order to drive innovation, in order to drive R&D, as we hear this morning, we need clear goals, we need a clear vision. It's scientifically proven that we are damaging the planet, we are increasing the temperature of the overall planet and our oceans. So this is dangerous, but at the same time, if we are implementing in the right pathway, what we are doing is saving lives. And scientists has told us, for example, the Lancet Pathdown report tells us that if we go on a net zero pathway, we'll be saving 3.5 million lives every year because air pollution. We'll be saving 10 million lives every year if we go for more healthy diets. Why? Because healthy diets are less emissions from some types of animal production, but also more healthy people because we are eating items that do not give us cholesterol or risk. And also it would save 3.5 million lives every year if we move to public transportation, active transportation. So I believe I think we already know the global scale of the problem. I think that maybe now it's time to bring it back to the individual level, bringing it back on how we build the new projects of the future, because once we touch us as individuals, we can implement what is needed.
Okay, thank you very much. And you know, with NEOM, one of your taglines or your missions, Juan Carlos, is you're building future-proof food systems. So, what are you currently doing in terms of key sustainability innovations, and how do they align with the global priorities?
So we heard today in various presentations in this stage that in the kingdom, 80% of water use is utilized or is focused on agricultural needs. And I believe the global average is around 75%. So with the projected demand between supply and demand to reach 40% by 2030, we need to learn how to produce food with significantly less water per kilogram. So for example, if we look at tomato grown in traditional ways with relatively good temperatures, you need at least 60 liters per kilogram of tomato. But if you look at the vertical systems or high-tech greenhouse systems, I would say you need 4 liters per kilogram. So one of our key areas is what we call climate-proof agriculture, and again, our focus is water use efficiency. And for that, we have developed various systems of high-tech greenhouses, mid-tech greenhouses, and vertical farm systems. In aquaculture, as mentioned, is also a source of protein that requires less fresh water, significantly less than livestock, for example, or poultry. However, there is the perception, and there is data also that support that there are many aquaculture production systems that have negative impact onto the environment, or the overall perception is that all aquaculture actually has a negative impact on the environment or have not good quality and so on. So we are focused on developing new production systems in the sea and also on land of fish that has significantly less impact. We have what we call enclosed sea cages that filters all the water that is used to grow the fish in the sea and filters out all the water as well, so that we collect all the biosolids. And as well, we have systems on land that will also collect all the solids, the biosolids. So these are long-term strategic investments that we are focusing on, but we had the presentation earlier today from Professor Marina, I believe was her name, where she showed how important it is for governments to invest on fostering innovation. And we believe that we need to invest on these kind of demonstrations of technology so that we bring additional private partners to scale up the most efficient ones. And on novel foods as well, we are building pilot plants to validate the technologies, validate the market, and then look for investors to then scale up.
So those pilot solutions, those collaborations with academia, with government, are helping you build the next generation of innovations that could maybe be tested, scaled in NEOM, and go globally.
Correct.
Excellent. So going to you, Oriol, climate change, water sustainability, air quality are some of the concerns that need to be addressed in the context of the kingdom. What approaches are put in place to build right and scale right?
Yeah, from my point of view, the biggest game changer in the kingdom is that if we look at the vision and objectives of all the giga projects, they all have sustainability there. So for the first time in history, sustainability is embedded at the beginning. Before, in Europe, America, Asia, you used to build any project, any factory, and at the end of the process, because the environmental agency was asking for some permits, some regulations, there were some sustainability embedded in most of the big ones. Here, the change is at the beginning, and this is very important. Also, as we heard this morning, we need a systematic approach. We need to understand what are the links from one place to another one, which are the links between energy and transportation, between transportation and pollution, between pollution and water, water and food, food and health. Again, going back to my previous point, and health and happiness. Happiness also is having people engaged, having people healthy and people having also engaged. It will allow us for this innovation that we are looking for. So it may look simple, but for me, having this event here, having sustainability in all the mottos, is what is starting to drive since the beginning the mindset around in the kingdom.
Okay. You've talked about happiness, you've talked about the individual, and at the end of the day, those cities or giga projects that are being built are for those communities, for the future, for not necessarily the far future, the near future, and potentially the far future. As we are today in the UNCCD COP16, we're working on combating desertification. There's a link between land, water, and air pollution. So can you tell us a bit more about an innovation or the innovations that are being put in place to help us breathe better air, for example? How can science and innovation play a role in that, to reach that happiness somehow?
Yeah, happiness and well-being for me are instrumental, and we have to work in that direction as much as possible. Unfortunately, in the case of air pollution, 99% of the population in the world are living unhealthy. So what can we do to move into that direction? Well, if we check climate change again is increasing the temperatures, it's reducing the water available. Desertification, our colleagues are telling us that it's increasing, so sun and dust storms are increasing in this region especially. Can we do something? Definitely yes, we are doing. And maybe for the sake of time, I will share two ideas that we are already implementing now in place. The first one is to monitor what is going on. Do we have enough information? Up to today, there were some installations which are quite expensive to take. We knew that there were low-cost solutions, but we didn't know how to make them useful. So in the last couple of years, we have developed a technology using AI, which help us bring this low-cost technology to the same level of quality of the reference stations that allow us to have a broader coverage, for example, in all the kingdom, all the GCC, or also, for example, in Africa, where that is much needed. So for a much reduced cost, we can have information about what is going on. So this is part A of the solution. Part B, what we are already implementing also, is what we are interested is to forecast what will happen tomorrow. So traditionally, there are chemical and physical modeling tools. Now, with the use of data mashing and artificial intelligence, we are able to have those much more accurate, much more faster. So now I have the data of what's happening now and what's happening tomorrow. The important now is to share it again to the people, being also with an actionable input into that, what you can do. So maybe if we had that information and we know that there is a sandstorm, so this evening maybe we have a gathering, maybe let's go indoors, because if we are outdoors we will be exposed to that. With that you are automatically saving lives. I can inform the hospitals and let them know, look, this is coming, so probably that you have more asthma attacks, so please have the medications ready. So in this case, these are two already existing uses of artificial intelligence, and something I wanted to say, this is not PowerPoint AI, this is not magic AI, because we have seen a lot of it also. We have to be very careful on that one. We have to use AI in those places where they have enhanced the existing or create new things, but always based on the truth and on the science. So that's why I think R&D is important, because it's based on the science.
Okay. So we've talked about science-based, natural biology science-based solutions. We looked at water. We looked at, AI in building models that work. We talk about giga projects. We're talking about mega cities and solutions. How can, science, engineering, and technology be embedded in those sustainability plans initially? Oriol, you mentioned that now all those projects have a sustainability plan. So here we're bringing technology, science, engineering, and R&D that are really playing a transformational role in the way we're looking at building those giga projects. If we go back to NEOM with you, Juan Carlos, NEOM is working on those solutions. How do you see the integration of those sustainability R&D to ensure they are scalable and adaptable? Because we see things evolving, we see things scaling. You've talked about piloting with university, piloting with governments to make sure that there are opportunities to test. In the sessions in the morning, we've seen that there are, testing sandboxes for those technologies and innovations to be tested. But I believe one of the aspirations of NEOM is not just NEOM itself, it's about taking this and sharing it with the world. So tell us more about that vision, that way of going, and what are the tools that you're using to get there?
So I mentioned that we're focused on vertical farming and alternative proteins, alternative meat, and so on. But maybe some of you have seen in the news in the last 2 years a lot of companies in those spaces that have either gone bankruptcy or that had to de-escalate their production capacity because there was a boost about these new industries and significant investment, and these companies, to show their investors that they were growing, started to burn cash too fast. So we are definitely not doing that. We are, as mentioned, focused first on demonstrating which technologies are the most adapted to the environment we have here with higher temperatures, water scarcity, etc. Again, conditions that are very common in many areas of the world where we see the impact of climate change. And we do this proof of concept projects, these commercial scale pilots with lots of sensors, for example, for the enclosed cages or for the high-tech high-tech greenhouses and vertical farms, and where we compare multiple technologies, and then we measure which ones allow us to project where there would be highly profitable or cost efficient is we scale up beyond 10 hectares to 100, 500 hectares, and so on. So this allows to de-risk production, de-risk scaling up technologies that have not been proven, number one. This allows us also to learn which one are the best. Once we know the best, we grow only on modular fashion. So, for example, with aquaculture, we have a plan now for 5,000 tons. We go to 10,000 tons for RAS, for example. And then we do all of this in parallel with commercial tests with consumers to make sure that the commercial models that we are building based on the production data are backed up by the consumer acceptance of the products that we are going to produce on these new production systems. Because part of the problem also is that some of these companies I mentioned started scaling production and the consumer preference was not there yet. So we know that in some cases we have to grow the market and we will grow production in parallel or accordingly how we grow the market for these new product categories.
Very interesting. That's very interesting. So really making sure things are scaling right, scaling with the people's interests, scaling with the financial interest of the investors, and ensuring that anything that is put in place to make those solutions make sense to the future of the population that we're serving. Okay, now, if I am to ask you a question in few words for both of you, can you share your aspiration on how such sustainable innovation would that are nurtured in Saudi Arabia can be scaled worldwide? Because Saudi is a growing country, it's on a fast track, it has a population that is growing, dreaming, and aiming to really make a huge difference. What are your aspirations on such sustainable innovations, and how can it, nurture the future of this country?
So if you want me to start, so for me, if I think one thing to export is this ambition and knowing that things are possible to be made different. We don't have to be shy to try.
Yeah, I think we need the support of the consumers as well. We need the support of the consumers to understand that the products that come from high-tech greenhouses, for example, where there is no use of pesticides, is better for their health, and they are this way also contributing to the planet because we are using less water and so on. So bringing this knowledge to the consumer will require an industry effort, but also a government support.
Amazing. So if I am to summarize a bit our session and bring in a few learnings to our public. So we've talked about the human-centric approach, people at the heart of those innovations. We've talked about technology, innovation, and science that are at the service of, the sustainability of the environment, the people, and the future. Juan Carlos, you mentioned about the consumer, the people that will be using, and how can we engage them. And I think this is a perfect forum where the government, the public institution, the private institution, and research are all teaming up together. We've seen you on the stage in the morning where you were talking about your collaboration with academia, with government participation. Oriol, with the work that you're doing along with other consultants and engineering companies, are bringing the sustainability at the heart of the plan and implementing solutions to make it happen. We've talked about happiness, so all what we need to do is make sure that we continue that road, make sure that science and innovation are driving that change, that the government, as it shows with all their sustainability plans, are putting the front foot forward to make that transformation. And we're hoping that the consumer at the end of the day will engage in that transformation to make the future more sustainable and more fair and better for everybody. Thank you very much for being with us today, and thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
1 second.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming today. We'll see you tomorrow for Day 2, Scientific Talent, R&D, and Applied Innovation. We've got some good panels for you. See you at 9 a.m. Thank you.